we've got the breakdown. We're going to go straight into the preview. Then, of course, we'll jump over into the chat. Hope everyone's okay. Hope everyone's had a good week. I stepped away from the channel yesterday, and I feel so out of everything at the moment. But that's fine. We can ease our way back in. So we'll start with the preview. Then we'll jump into the chat. So Cody Rhodes and John Cena are going to be on SmackDown, so pretty big segment there. Obviously heading towards Money in the Bank that I believe is not this weekend, but next weekend. Then we got Bianca Belair's homecoming in Knoxville. So we're in Knoxville. Bianca Belair is going to be on the show. That's a pretty big deal because we haven't seen her since WrestleMania. She's been backstage. I'm trying to think if she's been in the ring at all. I know she was backstage because she did her finger. She broke her finger, didn't she? So Bianca Belair's homecoming in Knoxville should be a fun segment. See what is next for her. Andrade against Jacob against Carmelo. That's a Money in the Bank qualifying match. I mean, all three you could see being in that match. Jacob, he's got that title. So I don't know that we would put him in. So I'm thinking it might be between Andrade and Carmelo. But they have got such high hopes for Jacob that they could pull the trigger and have him go into Money in the Bank. But he doesn't really need it. It's a bit early, I would say, for him to have Money in the Bank. I know a lot of people might disagree with that, but I like the old-fashioned route of, like, you know, being the mid-card champion, having a good run, then losing that, then being around the world title picture. Like, I would focus on his mid-card title run first. He could have Money in the Bank as well, but I just sort of feel like, well, it's a little early. I wouldn't have him cashing in until next year. And there's other people that could probably benefit from it, like right now, like Sami Zayn, for example. But yeah, there's a chance he could go through. He's got to be in the mix, hasn't he? I don't know. That's a real tricky one. Let's do a poll. Let's see what you lot think, because I think that's a tricky one. Because I mean, if you go with Jacob, then that means, like, what are you doing with Andrade? I mean, Andrade's an excellent talent. Carmelo's an excellent talent. They're both then kind of missing out, and you're really going big with someone that's already got a mid-card title. Do they need this as well? I would say no, but it's hard to see them not strapping a rocket to Jacob, isn't it? So who wins? Let's see what you lot think. Who wins? Is it going to be Andrade? Is it going to be Carmelo? Or is it going to be Jacob Fatu? And then we've got another Money in the Bank triple threat qualifying match. That's Jade Cargill against Nia Jax against Naomi. Honestly, that one could go any which way as well. I think there's maybe a chance that Naomi and Jade take each other out, which means that Nia capitalizes. So could it be that Jade and Naomi kind of get in each other's way? Nia picks the bones and gets the win. Could it be something along those lines? I feel like Jade is probably the big name in that match. Probably the most likely. But I don't know, Naomi is a great talent as well. I do like these qualifiers because there are, I mean, like, there's matches where it's like, well, it could be that person or it could be this person. Not all of them are straightforwards. I think if you was going to go for the biggest name, you'd go Jacob and you'd probably go Jade. They're really trying to push Jade, but Naomi's pretty big now. Since she changed her gimmick, that proceed with caution, it's kind of working well for her, that heel turn. So, yeah, interesting. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I'm thinking Nia might just squeeze in, but yeah, there we go. That was the official preview. Let's get into some, I see a super chat, a couple of super chats. LS Dub says, hello all. LS Dub, shout out to you, my friends. And Lamb of God says, great content days. Thank you, my friend. Should they push Carrion? Should they push Carrion? My answer to that would actually be no. and that might surprise a lot of people. I don't think they should push Karrion. I think they should get Karrion on TV. I think they should have Karrion show what he can do. What's a push? A push is like giving him momentum, giving him wins, giving him like movement towards mid-card belt or, whatever it might be. To be honest with you, we just need to get him on TV. I think the shouts of him being the Money in the Bank winner is something a bit beyond what I'm looking for, because we seem to be going from 0 to 100. There seems to be this groundswell of support for Karrion because people are really sorry that Karrion is not on TV. And I'm definitely behind getting him onto TV. But I sort of feel like there's a bit of an overcorrection that's now happening where, we haven't seen much of Karrion. Right? I mean, can you tell me how great his matches are in 2025? Can you tell me how great he is at doing an in-ring promo, going back and forth with someone in 2025? Because I can't tell you those things because we haven't seen those things. I mean, what I can tell you is that he's big, he's got great presentation, he's very charismatic. Whenever he does a promo online, it's excellent. He's someone that I really like. He's someone that I would like to see get pushed. But all of that is like a bit further down the road. Like, for now, we just need to get him onto TV consistently. We just need to be seeing him. We just need to get him going. So for me, like at the moment, it's like the car is completely stopped. And if it is moving, it's just slowly trickling down the road, right? That's Karrion. I mean, there's just very little momentum there at all, right? I personally would not now go to a racing track and start racing around with that vehicle because I want to just get going first. I just want to make it down the road. That's kind of where I'm focused. I'm focused on, can we just get the wheels turning? Can we just get the car moving? And so for me, we just need to get Karrion into a feud, onto TV, and, give him in-ring promos, give him vignettes, give him some creative to get his teeth into. Now, if that's classified as being pushed, which I wouldn't call it that. I mean, for me, being pushed is winning, momentum, build into mid-card belts, Money in the Bank, all that stuff. That's being pushed. Just basically getting onto TV, if you're a wrestler, is kind of a bit of a minimum requirement, really. You can't do much if you're in catering. So I wouldn't actually be looking for him to win Money in the Bank. I think there's others that have got a bit more momentum that are obviously ahead of him in the queue. The problem that you might have if you go from 0 to 100 is that sort of support is, I think, on a pretty weak foundation, right? Karrion made a really interesting comment during a video where he said that he's worried that this support, he can see the support, he can see what people are saying, and he's worried that is going to disappear. And he's worried it's very fragile. And I completely agree with him. I completely agree. I think you've got a situation here where people are, not everyone, but some, are getting behind Karrion because they are seeing people talk about how great Karrion is. They're seeing and hearing people saying Karrion should be supported. I think there's probably some people out there that haven't seen Karrion when he was in NXT. They don't know much about Karrion, but they're throwing their support behind him because they feel like it's the right thing to do. They've heard that he's great. They've heard that he's being overlooked. They can sort of understand and relate to the fact that he's not getting the opportunities that he deserves. And so they're happy to tweet, get Karrion on TV and all that sort of stuff. The point I'm making is that those same people don't actually have any kind of connection with Karrion. And so as a result, that support, I think, is quite weak. I think it is quite fragile. And I think what Karrion said in his video is correct. If you now over-push Karrion, you might actually start to drive away that support, because that support will be like, okay, job done. Job done. He's got money in the bank now. That's fine. So, he doesn't need my support anymore, right? Like, I only really supported him because he was being overlooked, but he's got money in the bank now. So, or, they've done this with him, so that's fine now. And so I think you could actually run the risk of taking away the one thing that people are really rallying behind. People are really getting behind Carrion because he's being overlooked. He's the underdog. He's not getting his shot. They're not treating him fair. And I think people are rallying behind that. And so it's really interesting at the moment that if you actually do push him from 0 to 100 and actually do give him these big opportunities straight out of the gate, you might actually drive some people away. You might actually damage that groundswell of support. And I would just be a little careful with that. So for me, I would be giving him TV time. I'd be giving him feuds. I'd be having him show that he's frustrated, that he's still not getting more. And I'd be trying to keep that support, and I'd be trying to grow. You can't cheat your way to, like, having a connection with the fans. There's no kind of quick fix to that. It's something that's established over time. And he has got the flicker of something right now, and it needs to be protected. You need to make sure that you're not kind of just throwing it away recklessly. And I would worry that by going from 0 to 100, you could run the risk of throwing that away recklessly. So a push, hard to define, isn't it? What's a push? For me, like him getting onto TV consistently, him not winning every match. I mean, just being on TV, being in a feuds, getting stuck in, doing in-ring, and hopefully people connect with him, not because he's not being used, but because he is so talented. And there's many of you out there that are connected with Carrion because of his skills, and that's great. My concern would be that's not everyone. There's been a real groundswell of support, and that has really risen up because people recognize that he deserves better. And so they're not connected with him because of his skills. They're connected with him because of his situation. You change that situation, you might change that support. So I think you've just got to be a little bit careful with Carrion, honestly. I think that if you go OTT, you could drive that support away. Or some of it, not all of it. And ultimately, I only want the best for Carrion because I did watch him in NXT, and I have been watching him for a long time. And we saw him in that Wyatt Sicks feuds, and we've seen how good he is online, and we see the amount of work that he's putting in. And I want him to get these opportunities. So I would absolutely love for him to get there, but it's just, how do you do that? What's the right way of doing that? I really don't think going from 0 to the 100 is the correct path, to be honest. So bit of an in-depth answer there. I wanted to explain that one because it sounds a bit weird when we've been so pro Carrion to then turn around and say, no, I wouldn't give him money in the bank. I actually wouldn't. I wouldn't have him in the match. I'd have him in a qualifier, and I'd have him lose that qualifier, and I'd have him very frustrated about it, and I would build some stories for him and get him on TV. But this is why I wouldn't go from 0 to 100, because if I was booking, I would be worried that his support is built around his situation rather than around his skills. Connor said, do we think that we could see Roman return on Monday, or do we think we could see Roman return at Money in the Bank? I haven't heard any word on Roman, honestly. I think that he is going to be coming back relatively soon. I expect him back before SummerSlam. I haven't heard that he's back on Monday. So I'm going to say, there's no word of him having any match at Money in the Bank. So I think if you're giving me those two as an option, then I'll say he'll return at Money in the Bank, but I don't even know that that's happening. I just heard it was going to be relatively soon that Roman would be returning. So I expect him, because of it being a 2-day SummerSlam, I expect him to be at SummerSlam in a match. I think that you definitely want that. What would it be in 2 days? Stadium. It's basically WrestleMania, but in the summer. So I think you definitely are going to want Roman involved in that. So yeah, I would expect him back relatively soon, because SummerSlam's not that far away. Certainly, we're getting into June now. I think SummerSlam's early August, so it's not that far away. You're going to need the build in July. So, I can't say it'll be Raw or Money in the Bank, but it won't be too far away. Long Beach Hippie said months ago, 3 bald eagles were born here in Big Bear Lake. I passed. The other 2 are about to take their first flight. There is a live cam on YouTube of bald eagles 24 hours a day. Well, once we finish this, maybe we should switch the watch along over to the bald eagles so that we can keep up to date with that situation as we watch them fly for the first time. Very emotional, very American, very apple pie. And is it a rare species then? Is that a big deal? I couldn't have told you if that was like a big deal or not. But the way I am getting, Long Beach Hippie, I am sensing your excitement. So I would imagine that this is a big deal and that bald eagles are quite rare, are they? Interesting. Did not know this. LS Dub said, this is the deepest wrestling conversation we've had in months, says LS Dub. Mate, I'm not messing around. I did not do any wrestling stream yesterday. I need to go extra deep. All Game 17 said, Days, hope you're having a good evening. With rumours of Stephanie and Jordan moving to the main roster with Stephanie on Raw, do we see her qualifying for Money in the Bank? Yeah. They had Roxanne qualify, didn't they? Is Julia in? So I think it's Julia and Roxanne in. So, I mean, look, if they're going to put Stephanie or Jordan into a Money in the Bank qualifier, they're going to have to be quick. And I could see them going in. I mean, I think this is really weird. The last time this happened, I think, was probably 10 years ago, where we brought up Charlotte, Becky, and Sasha. And we completely redid the women's division. So the women's evolution, there was this campaign online, which was like #Diva Revolution, I think it was. And basically, it was the fans telling WWE, we've had enough. We watched this great women's wrestling in NXT, and then on the main roster, you're still jobbing the women out. You're cutting their matches. They're not getting any time. The disparity between the two brands was huge. Main roster was goofing around with its women. NXT was putting on great women's matches. And, you know, the internet rose up and said enough. #Divas Evolution, Divas Revolution. We want the women treated better. It was a whole thing back in 2015, 2014, 2015. And WWE were like, we hear you, right? And so Stephanie McMahon got in the ring and basically said, we hear you. We want our women performers to have more opportunity as well, right? They kind of spun it in a really good way, actually, because basically the fans were saying, you're not treating the women very well. And WWE turned around by going, we hear you. We also want them to be treated. Yeah, you might want them to be treated better. You're the ones booking it, right? We also want them to be treated. We're on your side. We agree. This can't go on any longer. It's like, but it was your fault. You were the ones doing it. So, well, fair play. They said they were going to revolutionize women's wrestling, and so they brought up Sasha, they brought up Charlotte, they brought up Becky. They created 3 factions, as people will remember. Team Bad. There was PSB or whatever it was flipping called. They were going to be called Submission Sorority or something, but apparently that's something to do with pornography. So they had to not go with that name. They went with PCB or whatever it was. There was Team Bad, and I can't remember the other team off the top of my head. Team Bella, I think it was. Team Bella, Team Bad, and PCB. Or C, what was it? Yeah, Paige, Sasha, Becky, I think it was. A very original name. Very original. And so, you know, that was then the nucleus for, you know, what would follow and how the women's division would grow. And honestly, I can't really remember there being such a dramatic moment in the women's division since this year. This year, we have now called up, since WrestleMania, Roxanne, Julia, Stephanie, and Jordan. I mean, those aren't just like Kiana James, Lacey Evans. These aren't people that are coming up that, okay, we can do something with them. These are 4 women that could go on to main event WrestleMania. Like, you could have night 1, Jordan Grace against Julia against Io or something like this, and that could main event night 1 of WrestleMania. I have no doubt about that. Jordan Grace, Stephanie. I mean, Stephanie's one of the most over people in WWE. So Jordan, Stephanie, Roxanne is a hell of a talent. Arguably the best of all of them might be Roxanne Perez. I think when it comes to enjoying in-ring action, I think Roxanne might be my favourite out of all of them. Since she turned heel, she's been incredible. I mean, she's always been incredible in the ring. Since, I've only watched her since WWE, but I've always appreciated her in-ring skills. But when she was a babyface, I just struggled to connect with her. She was too goody two-shoes. I can't believe I'm here. This is amazing. I've dreamed of being here. And it's like, this ain't it. And then she turned heel and she's just been amazing. Everything's clicked and she's gone to the moon. So Roxanne might be the best of all of them. Jordan has got crazy experience, powerhouse, someone you would definitely want on your roster. Killed it in TNA. Stephanie, one of the most over women in all of WWE, in all of wrestling. I mean, that Devil's Kiss is just so over. They're really going to miss Booker, actually, not being on commentary for that. And Julia, what a look. What a wrestler. She's got an amazing look. She's an amazing performer. Many people feel like she might be the best out of all of them. So make no mistake about it. This is going to absolutely shake up the women's division. You can't add 4 women of that caliber and it not have a major effect on the women's division. You're going to have probably 2 on Raw, 2 on SmackDown. And do you know what I mean? They're really you're going to have some real fresh matchups now. And the quality of action is going to be next level. I mean, let's go. I'm down for it. I'm surprised they've moved as quick as they have, but it's hard to be down on it. I'm here for it, definitely. So it's very, very exciting news. Whether they put them in a Money in the Bank qualifier, whether that's too soon, there's no word. I've no idea. If they do, I think they'd stand a good chance. I think they really see big things out of them. Really see big things. I think we all do. I'm not telling you anything you don't know already. I don't think I ever tell you things you don't know already. But yeah, I think that we're talking about some. I'll be shocked if any of them are left off SummerSlam. Let's put it that way. I see them as being big stars, big pushes. I think they will find ways of getting them onto the card. Because all of them honestly could go on to main event night 1. I mean, if Stephanie wins Royal Rumble next year, would you be shocked? If Julia wins or Jordan wins or Roxanne wins, I mean, we are talking Royal Rumble winners, Money in the Bank winners, multiple time world champions, WrestleMania main eventers. All 4 of them tick those boxes. All 4 of them. So yeah, it's a massive shake-up for the women's division. Hannah, hello. Days Evolve was good, but whilst the first inaugural title holder was you, I think the inaugural title holder will be a big in future star like Seth. Callie Armstrong will be the future. Yeah, it was really fun. Really fun. I didn't know who they would go with. I think you could maybe say Callie was the favourite because she is someone that really is the face of that women's division. She had won that match, which was really kind of an important match a few weeks ago, which was basically we took 4 girls that were the ones that we'd given the biggest push to, the most TV time, the most promo time, the ones that had got wins and momentum. We put them in a match and Callie won. So Callie really established herself as the one to beat. What I wasn't sure of was I had no doubt Callie would win this title at some point as long as she didn't get called up to NXT. But it was just a case of, will they do it first time? Will they have her chase the belt? Like, there's easily a way you could have had Kylie Ray win. I mean, she is so well known. She's one of the most popular female talents in Evolve. So, and Wendy Chu obviously could have won it, coming down from NXT. She brings name value, name recognition. So, I mean, you could have gone that way. You could have had people chasing after her. Callie was in the mix. I wondered if they were going to have Kendall Gray win, and then you have Callie chase after Kendall. You could have Wendy feud with Kylie. If Wendy wins, Wendy can chase after Kendall. Like, you can kind of set up some future stories. Kendall was the undergirl, the underdog, and she was the one I was rooting for. Didn't go that way. But, yeah, they went with Callie. I'm not down on that. She's great talent. She is the female face of Evolve, male face of Evolve, I would say, with Sean Legacy. I think Sean Legacy has got to be favourite going into next week's match. Next Wednesday, we're crowning the men's Evolve champion. So we crowned the women's. It was Callie Armstrong, remember the name. We liked her since week 1, and she's now their champion. Sean Legacy has been getting loads of time on NXT and getting wins on Evolve, and he definitely feels like the male face of Evolve. They've also been getting behind Keanu Carver, but Keanu Carver's not been appearing on NXT the same way as Sean Legacy has. So I don't know if Keanu Carver's quite as far along as Sean Legacy, but Sean Legacy I think will be the favourite going into Wednesday. But yeah, let's wait and see who wins. I mean, honestly, it doesn't really matter which way they go or who they choose. It's just going to be fun, isn't it? We got some champions now, and it really is feeling like a brand. It's really starting to feel now like we're getting locker room segments, backstage interviews, in-ring promos. We're getting a few little storylines. There's a few little bits that are playing out. We're getting some NXT talent popping in. Wendy Chu, Nikita Lyons, Lexis King. We did have Idris Enofe, who was NXT, but I think is Evolved now permanently. And Natalia popped in. Natalia said something really interesting. So Natalia was there to present the winner with that championship. I wonder who they'll get for the men. There'll be someone that comes down. Chad Gable would be good. You know, I think Natalia represents credible in-ring work. Like, you know, actually doing it the right way. And I think Chad represents that as well, you know. They're both of them are kind of steak and sizzle. They're not just show, you know. They can get it done in the ring as well. And I think Chad kind of represents that for the men. So it'd be cool if it was Chad. So there's quite a few. I mean, you could have Sami Zayn, for example. But Natalia presented the belt for the women. And she had the belt snatched off her. She put a message out saying, Natalia might stand for that, but Natty won't. Kind of implying that we could see that version of Natalia that we've been seeing in Bloodsport. We could see that version of Natalia that popped up in NWA. That version of Natalia that's done with being nice. She did sort of imply online that because that belt had been snatched out of her hands by Callie Armstrong, that on Wednesday we could see Natty. And as soon as we saw Natalia, it felt like she was going to get involved. She was very polite. She was like, it's so lovely being here. I can't wait to award the winner with the belt. And the way she was talking, it's like, oh, mate, something else is going down here. Something else. She's too nice. Something else is... I know she's a nice person anyway, but this is OTT. Something else is going down here. I really thought she was going to attack the winner. She didn't. But instead, we seem to be setting something up maybe for next week. So I'm looking at next week and Natalia doing something. I'm looking at next week thinking she's going to do something. She tweeted, like, Natalia might stand for that, but Natty won't, implying that this isn't over. She's not done. The other thing to remember as well is that when they record these episodes, they record them in chunks. They don't just do one episode each week. They do several in a block. So if Natalia was there for one of the shows, there's a good chance she was actually there for 3 or 4. So she absolutely could be on the show next week. So not only have we got the men's champion being crowned, we might have Natalya doing something very interesting on Wednesday. So when we say that Evolve is like its own little brand now, it really is. I think it's WWE's best kept secret. I absolutely love those Wednesday streams. And listen, I don't care if you join us. I'm not saying this because I want you to join us, right? I'm not bothered. I just don't want people to miss out on what I think is a really fun 40-odd minutes, because I think there is some real good matches that you get to see. I think we've enjoyed... It's not like every match is just full of botches and super slow. Like, I've been asking the community what they rate these matches. A lot of the match scores, people are saying, are great. They really enjoy them. And you're getting, like, Natalya down there, some NXT talent down there. You're finding out about some great emerging talent. Shawn Legacy's great. Callie Armstrong's great. There's some brilliant emerging talent coming through Evolve. And I love it. I'm an Evolve stan. Get the merch. Get that merch made. I'll quite happily sit here with an Evolve shirt on. I really like it. So, yeah, it's good. Can't wait to see what happens next week. Mr. Dow Jr. said days over 160,000 people and MMA fighters, including Dana's wife, have signed signatures to strip Jon Jones of his heavyweight championship. Do we think he's been ducking Tom Aspinall? I don't know enough about it, honestly. I mean, what I would say is that I don't know that he's ducking. Dana White has come out and said that the fight will happen. I think that, to be honest with you, I think Jon Jones has said for a long time now he's not interested in fighting anyone that's not going to really add to his legacy. And so Jon Jones is all about the money. He does not think that Tom Aspinall is on his level. And so Jon Jones is very much of the opinion, not interested in the fight. You better pay me big for this one because this does nothing for my legacy. If I get in there and beat Tom Aspinall, what has that done for me? It's not done anything. Actually, I think Jon Jones is potentially being very, very clever. He might be playing 4D chess when everyone else is playing checkers. Because if you're Jon Jones, you need... If this is the fight, right? If this is the fight and there's no avoiding it, how do you make this the biggest fight possible? How do you make this a fight that everyone wants to see? How do you turn this into a fight that really does add to your legacy? Because if you've only got so many fights left in your career, and this is going to be one of them, Tom Aspinall was a name that doesn't really connect with people outside of MMA. But if you say that you're not interested, if you make it seem like you're ducking, if you don't sign up for the fight for a while and leave it hanging, keep people guessing, build that demand so that people want to see it, by the time the fight comes around, it's a much, much, much bigger deal. And as you've just said, 160,000 people have signed a petition now to take the belt away from Jon. I mean, if I'm Jon, I'm over the moon. I'm absolutely over the moon with that. Because, I mean, there's no way that UFC are going to do that, because the second that they actually go to do it, you just agree to the fight. Well, you either get stripped and you walk away as like the undefeated heavyweight champion, and if you really don't want the fight. And if you did want the fight, you just tell Dana, look, we'll do the fight, but let's just push this a bit more. It might be that Dana knows the fight's going to happen, and he's got a date and it's all sorted, but he's in on it with Jon, and that they're working together to make it seem like it's not going to happen, and they're pushing it. And so I can't say that he's ducking him. I mean, what I can say is that even before, a long time ago, Tom Aspinall's name was mentioned and he wasn't interested. He said it didn't do anything for his legacy. And he was interested in Alec Pereira, but Alec Pereira obviously lost, so that wasn't an option. So yeah, he's in a situation now where he's going to fight Tom Aspinall. And I just can't tell if he really doesn't want it, really doesn't fancy it, and he is ducking, or is he being super, super clever and actually building up the interest? It could be either. I have no idea of which one it is. But Yeah, I think it's, I saw Dana saying the fight will happen. So he's very confident it's going to happen. So I think it's probably just as much about money, honestly. I think it's probably just as much about money as it is about him trying to duck Tom Aspinall. And it might also be about trying to make it the biggest fight possible. And all of that is very clever in my mind. So as long as he's not trying to duck him, that's not clever. But there are other explanations as to why this is dragging on. Right, boom. I want to try and speed. We've done 37 minutes. So we've still got plenty of time. Still got an hour and 20 minutes, kids. I'm going to try and get through quite a few because I really appreciate people joining us. Mohammed said, Days, I was very excited for the farewell tour, but Triple H has destroyed everything about Cena. If Cena can't come on a weekly basis, then what's the reason behind the farewell tour, even if he's a heel? Hang on, how do I break that down? I think Cena is doing a lot of work compared to how other people have retired. Normally when you retire, you're in Jon's position, you would come back for one match at WrestleMania. I'm thinking Batista, right? Or Kurt Angle. I'm thinking of people that have kind of come back that want to end their career. Even Undertaker, Undertaker doing the Boneyard match. He didn't wrestle on a regular basis. Like, it's very rare, actually, to see someone that has stepped away like Jon has to kind of come back and do as many dates as what he's done. And I think this genuinely, before they sat down last year, I think this genuinely was meant to be the final tour. It was a case of him going to the pay-per-views, him going to a few Raws. He said that he's free. I mean, he's still got some movie commitments. I mean, there was a lot of frustration at the start of the year, actually, that he had only appeared like 2 or 3 times in the first few months. And people were like, well, this isn't much of a farewell tour. But it's like, well, we knew there was 32 dates that he was going to appear. And we knew that there's, 52 weeks in a year. So that means he'll appear basically once a week for 32 weeks, right? And then there's going to be like 20 odd weeks he won't show. Well, some of those weeks have been eaten up at the start of the year. Not all of them, but some of them. And of course, you've got things like you might have a go-home show on the Friday and then the pay-per-view on the Saturday. So it might be that Jon actually appears twice in a week. So unfortunately, that means that they count as 2 separate appearances. If he's on, say, because he's on tonight, if there was a pay-per-view tomorrow, then that would count as obviously 2 appearances and it's in the same week. So there's that kind of increases the number of weeks he's absent. I wouldn't look at it so much as the weeks. It's better to look at it as dates. So he's around for 30 odd dates, which honestly, I think it's hard to argue that that's not a good commitment from someone that's, retiring, and someone that in Jon's position, his body's not where it was. You've only got to watch his matches to see he's not got the explosiveness. He doesn't have the same abilities that he had before. There's some severe limitations there now. This is not the John Cena of old, and we shouldn't expect it to be. Because not only is he getting on in age, I think more importantly, he's been too inactive for too long. His body is not used to it. His body is used to films and that schedule. Like doing this schedule now, having matches now, it's just completely different. You've got to be in the groove. You've got to have been, having matches on a regular basis in order to kind of keep your body where it needs to be. Just being in shape is not enough. There's getting in shape and then there's ring shape. You can do all the working out in the gym you want, but you'll get blown up as soon as you actually try to have a match because you're putting everything together. In a gym, you might target working your arms, working your legs, do a bit of cardio, but you're kind of doing it all individually. And you might not hit everything at once. You might have a leg day. You might have arms and chest day. Yeah, you might do cardio day. And so you might break it down over the week. But actually, when it comes to wrestling, it's everything day. It's power, you're running, it's explosiveness, it's cardio, everything is being tested at the same time. And if you're in a WrestleMania main event, it's not just being tested, it's being maxed out. And so this is hard, mate. This is hard for John Cena. Like, for him to be going through what he's going through at this stage in his career where he's so inactive, I've got nothing but respect for him to be putting himself through this. But he's doing it because he wants to say goodbye to the fans. He wants the fans to have one last chance to see him and say goodbye, which is why, again, for me, the heel turn, it didn't make sense. People were telling me, like, this is something that we could do. And I will sit here and tell you that I said to people, I don't see it happening. People said to me we could turn John heel. And I said, I don't see that happening. I really don't think it makes any sense for people to buy tickets to say thank you, John, because they love John and this is the last time they'll see him. It doesn't make any sense for them to do that and then boo him. And like, in my mind, that's just pretty obvious that that's just not the right way forwards. I think there's other stories. I think it's completely right that they do a story with John in 2025 rather than just one-off appearances all the time, because that would get boring. So I think it's right that he's involved in some sort of creative. But this heel turn, I just don't know that it was the right thing to do. I think they're getting more out of it than I thought they would. You know, I think the booking of the heel turn has actually been okay. I know not everyone's on board, but I think having John take on Randy in Randy's hometown was clever, because that got the crowd against John and got people behind Randy. Having him face R-Truth was clever, because people love R-Truth. And R-Truth's a comedy character that people really care for. And then it meant that R-Truth could come out and do the whole Ron Cena stuff that people loved. And R-Truth is a character people love anyway. And so us being able to do that match, I don't know you could have done that if you hadn't have turned John. Because that would mean then that you'd have to have R-Truth turn heel. And that would be a bit weird. So actually, if you'd kept John face, I don't know that you could have done that match. So they're definitely doing stuff that I don't know that I would have done or could have done if I kept him face. But I don't think what I've seen has been worth it. That's the truth. As of right now, everything I've seen out of this John Cena heel turn, I don't think the pros have outweighed the cons. I still don't think this was the right thing to do at the moment. And I promise you, if it ever gets to the point where I think, no, this has justified it, that was brilliant, that was well worth it. And I've not felt that after any of the matches. I didn't feel that after WrestleMania. I didn't feel that after the Randy match. I didn't feel that after the R-Truth match. I didn't feel that this was worth it. I don't hate it. I don't think it's the biggest disaster ever. I don't think it's, horrific or anything. I think it's acceptable. It's not what I would have done. But if ever I feel like, no, that justified it, I'll happily say that justified it, because I think this is very interesting to learn from. It's interesting, isn't it, to kind of say, no, I wouldn't do this for this reason, and then find out, are you right? We talk a lot about theory. Well, the theory was that turning John heel in 2025 was not the right move, because people want to say goodbye, they want to support him. You've left it too late in the day. You can't really do a heel John when he's just saying goodbye and there's so many different people to face, So in my mind, it wasn't the right move. At the moment, I still think it's not the right move. But if it is the right move or becomes the right move, I will happily say so, because it will have been very interesting and very educational, and we could use it then, couldn't we, in the future? Like, well, do you remember that time where we thought turning John would be the wrong thing to do, but it turned out to be really good? But I can't say that right now because I don't feel that right now. It still does not feel like the right thing to have done. But the reason they did it is because it was now or never. We either do it now or we never do it. And so it's one of those where we've took a big swing, a big gamble. We're going to have to see how it plays out. We've still got a long way to go. So we'll have to see how it plays out. We know that The Rock getting involved didn't help. People were waiting for The Rock at WrestleMania. We know that didn't help. So there's other factors at play. But yeah, it's a hard one to judge until it's all done, really. Or the only thing I can say is, so far, how do we feel about it? It's like, it's always, I mean, look, I'm going to be excited to see Jon on the show tonight. It's a John Cena segment, so it's a big segment. It's people are going to be interested in what goes down. It's him and Cody. So a big segment because this is the first time they're going to be speaking since WrestleMania. So this is going to be over a month since that match. And yeah, let's see what gets said. I still don't think there'll be anything here that's going to be mind-blowing. I don't think there's going to be anything here that's going to be, do you know what I mean, really game-changing. But, you know, we know that it's setting up that tag match at Money in the Bank. That's its purpose. And I'll be interested to know if we do get extra people added. The rumor was it was going to be a 6-man. They're announcing it as a tag. I don't actually, or I haven't seen what's happened about Travis Scott being involved. So I just wonder, is there a chance that Travis appears tonight? Is there a chance that, you know, they beat up Jimmy and so Jimmy gets involved? Are we going to move this to the 6th person? Or is it just staying as the tag? I'm honestly not sure. So we'll have to wait and see. So, yeah, has he destroyed everything about Cena? Well, he has in the sense of he's turned him heel. But I think before the end of the year, he'll turn him back face. And I can't see him retiring as a heel. I think they'll try and swing it round. The problem you've got is that how easy is it going to be to do that? You're going to have a really good reason, a really good story to turn it round. Because, I mean, he's just berated the fans, but the fans will forgive. To be honest, the fans will probably forgive. I'll be very indifferent to it, honestly. I don't think we should have turned him. If he turns back face, we're only going back to where I think we should have been anyway. So, yeah, not what I was looking for, but I don't think it's been an absolute disaster. But we'll see by the end of the year how people feel. Triple H said days now that Cody is back and back for good, he's going to feud with Cena until he gets the belt. When and how are we going to get Punk Cena? Punk is feuding with Seth. Well, he is feuding with Seth. I don't know that Cody's going to feud with Cena till he gets the belt back because it could be that someone steps in and takes Cody's attention. So it could be that someone on the roster attacks Cody. I mean, for example, it might be that Cody ends up getting into it with Logan. I mean, we've got this tag match of Cena and Logan against Cody and Jay. And it could be that Logan becomes a bit of a problem for Cody over the summer. And so we might end up with Cody versus Logan again. Only this time much more of a build. Not the direction I would go, and I'm not saying that Logan is even that person. I'm just giving an example of that's what we could do to get Cody away from Cena during the summer. And it could be that we do Cena against CM Punk. The sort of feud with Seth could just be playing out over the next month or so. By the time we get to July, it could be that Punk turns his attention to Cena. Cena is rotating through people quite quickly. I mean, if you think he was Royal Rumble, Elimination Chamber, WrestleMania was Cody, then Backlash was Randy, Saturday night's main event was R-Truth, now we're in a tag match with Cody. He's not staying on the same people very long. I don't see him now just staying on Cody because I think there's so many people that need to face Jon before he retires. I mean, you've got to do the CM Punk match. And I don't know if you would want to do any other, like Jay, for example. I think Jay, Cena in a one-on-one match makes sense. I could really see that being Crown Jewel, where it's champion versus champion. CM Punk at SummerSlam makes a lot of sense in my mind, unless you do the Cody rematch and then do CM Punk at one of the other PLEs. But I don't know that this is now Cena and Cody stuck in a never-ending battle till Cody gets the belt, because Cena just hasn't been sticking on people. He's just not been, he's not been staying in feuds that long. So I don't think that changes now. I think we'll still rotate round, and we can find ways of getting Cody out of the picture. So I do think Cody will be the one that gets the belt back off Jon. But this is where we do the tag match. We get Cody away, give some other people opportunity, bring Cody back later in the year. Cody gets the job done, is what I would be expecting. So, this is just, I mean, it's one of those where Cody coming back, of course he goes after Jon. He has to, doesn't he? If Cody comes back after a WrestleMania, he's got to go after Jon, and he has. So all of this makes sense. But now you've got to find a way of getting Cody away from Jon, because that's the only way that you're going to get Jon feuding with others, is if Cody is occupied. And so, this is where a Brock Lesnar would have been great, a heel Brock Lesnar, because, Brock could then take Cody away for a bit, and Cody could feud with Brock over the summer. And then by the time he's dealt with that, then go back after Jon, which means Jon would have feuded with some other people like CM Punk, for example. So we'll have to wait and see what story they've got planned. I've not heard anything about SummerSlam, so I can't sit here and say, well, the rumor mill is it's going to be such and such at SummerSlam. I mean, it might be they do the Cody Jon one at SummerSlam. Maybe Jon drops the belt and then just starts his face turn, maybe wraps things up with taking on some of the heels. Perhaps we do Jon Bron Breakker, Jon Seth Rollins, Jon Jacob Fatu, whoever else, I don't know when they turn Jon back face. I would think they leave it really late, though. Of the two options, I think it's probably more likely they keep Jon heel until very late in the year, rather than turn him back sooner. But that is an option that's still on the table, of course. Connor said tonight for both the Money in the Bank qualifiers, I've got Jacob winning and I've got Jade winning, says Connor. Connor, shout out to you, but Jacob is currently leading in our poll as well. Tassamori, hello buds, said, is it just me or is Dom slowly getting turned face? I mean, I don't know if they're turning him face. I think the crowd are behind him. The crowd, I mean, like, the thing with Dom is I think that he was hated, but in a fun meme way. People didn't really hate Dom. It was just that it was fun to boo him. I mean, it just became a bit of a situation where when Dominic went to talk, you booed him, right? And it wasn't that people necessarily hated him with a passion, but, they didn't like him disrespecting his dad. That was very relatable. You don't speak to your parents that way. And so, it got him heat. He came across like a disrespectful brat. That got him boos. But then it took a life on of its own where it just became the thing to boo Dominic, right? It's a little bit like Seth's song. Seth's song's not the greatest song in the world, but it's just the thing. If you go there live, you sing the song, yeah? And it's become a thing, and everyone knows that. If you watch wrestling, when Seth's song's on, you sing the song. You know that just like when Kurt Angle used to come out, you say, you suck. Didn't matter if he was a heel or a face, you said you suck. And the fans loved doing it. And even when he turned face, the fans didn't want to give that up. And so he would be getting you suck chants even when he was a babyface, right? Because it was a thing the fans did, like interaction. And so you see this a lot in wrestling, where things get over and the fans do it regardless of the story, really. The fans will sing that song until they get rid of that song, right? Which is why a lot of people are saying now that Seth's a heel, you need to get rid of that song. I just think you need to get rid of that song anyway. I'm over it personally, but whatever. So yeah, I think in regards to Dominic, he was getting boos, but they weren't real boos. It was just what you did. And so with Dominic, I think that you can definitely turn him face. You heard the support he had at WrestleMania. Whether they're trying to turn him face, I'm not sure, because I actually think that they are potentially lining him up with Roxanne. He potentially might be about to cheat on Liv. I don't know how that's going to play, because if we end up getting Liv and Dom against Finn and Roxanne, and ultimately Dom cheats on Liv, it's going to be hard to know who's the faces and who's the heels, because I don't know which side they would turn. I don't know which way they would turn. That's a difficult one, because I actually think Liv and Roxanne have got something in common. Both of them are better as heels. So if you're going to do Finn and Roxanne against Liv and Dom, I've just got a little concern that one of those teams is going to have to be face. And I don't want either Liv or Roxanne to be face, because I've seen them both as faces and I didn't like either as faces. Both are much, much better as heels. So it's hard to know what they're going to do, who they're going to turn. I would imagine that it would actually be Finn and Roxanne that would be the faces. I don't think they would turn Dom and Liv face. Liv as a heel has been a game changer for her. You just wouldn't turn her face now. I wouldn't turn her face. She didn't work as a face. She's too unlikable, right? She's sort of that blonde, look at me kind of, everything comes quite easy because I'm attractive kind of a girl. I think that's the sort of vibe that you get from Liv. Watch me, you know. There was a bit of arrogance around her as well when she was faced with the whole watch me kind of a thing. And so her turning heel has just made everything fall into place. And so I would not turn her face. So I think Liv Dom against Finn Roxanne, that feels like the direction. People ask me, is that where we're going? My answer is, well, it feels like that's the direction. But one of those teams would have to turn face. I think it would be Finn and Roxanne. I don't think they would turn Liv Dom face. So that would keep Dom a heel, wouldn't it? So, yeah, it's difficult, honestly. It's difficult. That's not what I don't want to see either of those women be face, but where are you going? It's clear that Roxanne is there to cause trouble. Unless the swerve is, because we saw a little interesting interaction on Monday where it was Raquel that got the blame. Is it that actually Raquel is going to be kicked out of the group? And so we are going to have two women in Judgment Day, but it's going to be Liv and Roxanne working together as a team, heel team, and actually it's Raquel that's going to get kicked out. But if she gets kicked out, who does she take with her? Does Carlito go with her? But then what do you do? Because you can't just keep them a mixed tag team, can you? And Carlito, I think, has worked well in Judgment Day, but he's got a thing for Raquel. There's an interesting story cooking up there, isn't there? Of the three women, the one that works best as a face is Raquel. So if you've got to do something, maybe Raquel's the one that turns, but I don't know what that means for Judgment Day. But Raquel took the blame on Monday. Either way, I'm not seeing Dom turn face at the moment, but he is getting a bit of a face reaction. We saw that at WrestleMania. Ian says, evening, what are we excited for the Wyatts tonight? Hopefully Creative don't drop the ball this time. Ian, shout out to you. To be honest, I'm just excited for a little bit of a development. I mean, again, I'm not really going into the show thinking much about the Wyatts. I know that Nikki has been posting pictures of her and Candice from the past. So I really think that we're stuck on Candice and DIY. I don't think we're moving on from that. I think that Nikki has made it very clear that Candice was a target, and we knew she would be. We knew that DIY would be. So I don't think that we're necessarily moving on from those guys. I'm excited. I'm just excited to see what's next. I'm excited to have them back on TV. I'm excited to... honestly, I think what I would like is a vignette. I would like to hear from them where they have been, why they are back now, why they have gone after Candice, DIY, and the tag division. I want to know. I want them to, outline stuff for me. Why are they here? So it'd be really good to get a vignette. That's what I'm hoping for. I think they stay on DIY and Candice. We obviously need to hear from Dexter. Need to know kind of what he's got to say about the fact he was abandoned by his family, because he used to be in with Johnny and Candice and Indy Hartwell. And we know that according to the Journal, that he was kind of abandoned by them, but we never knew that. We never saw that. That happened away from the show, behind the scenes. So we need to flesh that out. So yeah, I'm just here for the next chapter, really. I can't say, well, I want them to do this, I want them to do that. I would like a vignette. And something I've always wanted from the start is, where's home? I've always wanted that. Where's home for the Wyatt Sicks? Where do they call home? Because I think that's really important. Because, like, you want to know where the base is. I mean, for example, for Bray and Fiend, it was the Funhouse and whatever was behind that door, yeah? And so, where for the Wyatts, it was that compound. We know that for the Wyatt Sicks, there was these log cabins that we saw in the Nightbirds campaign where letters were being delivered. So what now? Where's home now? Is it just a black voids? Like, where is it? I think it's important because I think we need a base. We need messages to be delivered, but how are they delivered? You can't keep having videotapes hand delivered. You know, I don't think we're going to keep doing that. We might do that, ironically, because there was an image that was sent out just after Smackdown last week. And that seemed to have a bit of a TV background, a bit of a blurry, staticky background. And we theorized that that could be a still from a videotape. So could it be that we do get another videotape? So, but I don't know. I don't know if that's what you're going to keep doing, like having Nikki pop up and give the commentators a videotape. And again, where is that been recorded? Is it in the woods? Is it in the abandoned funhouse set? Where is that been recorded? So I'm just looking forward to seeing the presentation. I'm looking forward to seeing the message. I'm just looking forward to getting something from them after having nothing in 2025. So, yeah, pretty straightforward, simple stuff, honestly. Cringe Wolf, shout out to you. Firing in some Wrestling Days memberships. Really appreciate that, my friend. I hope you're well. Very, very kind. I need to do that, actually, this weekend. I'm a little bit late. I should have done it in the week. But we will do Hall of Fame nominations. I'll try and remember. I've written it down. I'm going to try and remember to put that up tonight. Get people's nominations. If we get the nominations in tonight, tomorrow, we could maybe do the poll Sunday, Monday, and announce the winner for Raw. So I think we'll do that. I think we'll get the Hall of Fame nominations thing open to all the members. So keep an eye out for that. It'll just be a post that says put in your nomination. I just need one name. If you give me a list of names, I always take the first. I always take the first one, right? It's one nomination per person. So it's probably best to just write one name, right? And then I take that name, jot it all down. The 4 with the most votes goes into the poll. And that's it. That's simple. And then you lot can vote as to who goes into the Hall of Fame for May. So we'll do that tonight. Technically, it's still May, so that's fine. But yeah, very good. So Cringe-Wolf, thank you. And Ian says 20 months. There's been a tweet from Pierce saying that Stephanie has moved to Raw. Ian, thank you. That had been rumoured a couple of days ago that Jordan is coming up and Stephanie coming up as well. So if Adam Pearce has tweeted that out, then confirmation. So very good. And Toxic Nathan, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Hope you are well. The Sick Horror Kingman said, what do we think about Mariah May Evolution, new face of NXT? Yeah, potentially. I think she wants to come into WWE. WWE are interested. I've heard she's been removed from the AEW roster. I mean, word was she wasn't going to re-sign. So I don't know when her contract is up. I don't think they've moved Stephanie and Jordan because of her. I think that it's more to do with needing them or wanting them on the main roster. I think they're big stars. I think in their mind, they're like, let's get 2 on Raw, 2 on SmackDown, fresh matchups. Triple H, has got to do the booking. Really, you need to make sure that the main roster is ready for them. The creative is ready for them. You don't just move them for the sake of moving them. You move them when it's right. Right? So I don't think that that's kind of connected. I think that Mariah absolutely can come in. I think that there's a need for her now in NXT. And I think that that women's division, they might look to kind of boost it again. I don't know where you're going to get like more, because you can't just have one girl come in. Like, you need to have a couple if you really want to replace Julia, Stephanie. I mean, that's a lot of talent to lose, isn't it? It's a lot of talent to lose. So bringing in Mariah May makes a lot of sense. I think putting her in NXT makes a lot of sense. Giving her a good run, but you got some other girls around. You know, you've got Sol Ruka, you got Jada Parker. You know, these are good talents that are going to need a bit of room now to step up and shine. And so you might see them kind of really go into the next level. Kalani Jordan, time for her to go to the next level as well. Sol Ruka, as we've said. Zarya. I mean, they've still got great women around. Make no mistake about it. But yeah, dropping in Mariah May. Let's go. I'm definitely down for her coming in. I don't think there's been much doubt about her coming in, honestly. She wanted it. WWE wanted it. AEW tried to re-sign her. She wouldn't re-sign. Word today is that she's now off the roster. So, yeah, it's all looking good. Nightmare said, when did Wrestling Days change Wrestling Days clips to Wrestling Days opinions? There's 3 channels. There's a clips channel, there's an opinions channel, and there's this channel. So there's 3 channels. There's been 3 channels for a long time, but so I believe the clips channel is still up there. I haven't put anything on it for a long time though. It's not dead. I just need a chance to kind of get clips and put them up over onto there. I tend to try and put clips out of Unseen, and obviously we haven't had Unseen for a week. But to be honest, WrestleMania season, everything, I just didn't get the chance. So I kind of need, and you know, straight out of WrestleMania, you've got Backlash. After that, you got Saturday night's main event. Now we're building to Money in the Bank. We've had just the worst week this week with technical problems. Obviously, technical problems that have stopped Unseen, but that works now. So my plan is to get Unseen back tonight. Yeah, the folders are back working. That's big news. Discovered that after Wednesday's stream. I didn't know until after Evolve. But after Evolve, I always check. And I checked again and they worked. Unfortunately, I was out yesterday, so I couldn't do anything yesterday. By the time I found out on Wednesday they were working, it was too late. So I was like, okay, Friday. So my goal is to bring that back tonight. I don't know how it's going to look. I mean, we're so out of sync. It's going to be might be a bit of a rough episode tonight, I'm going to be honest with you, because it's going to be a case of I need to just start somewhere, get it going so that we can use that to work from, you know. So a lot of stuff from the past week is just going to be left, and otherwise we'll be doing a 5-hour flipping Unseen. So it's probably best to just go back like 12 hours, 14 hours, just get everything from that time period, put it in the video. Obviously it'll be Smackdown heavy, and kind of go from there. So there will be one tonight. But I mean, other than that, I had a 10-12 hour power outage as well, where I had to have the electricians around this week. That's a positive thing though, because I think there's been a few problems that we've had that were connected with that. There was not enough power coming into the building. Never knew, didn't know. But whenever like there was a big storm, our power would go out. Didn't affect the streams because normally didn't happen when I was streaming. But we would sometimes lose power. And it turns out water had been getting into our kind of cabling. And they came out, they've changed the cables. We were getting apparently 160 volts and we should have been getting 240 volts. And we were getting 160. And actually after, when was it? I can't remember. After, I think it was after NXT. I think it was after NXT, the power completely went, and it didn't come back for 12 hours. And we had to have like the national grid people over and all this. So no Unseen, major disruption with power. Me going to the cricket yesterday, that's an unusual event, an unusual disruption. So it's just been a hell of a week, really. I'll be glad to say goodbye to this week, move into next week and move into Money in the Bank. So yeah, we're back. Everything's fine. We're on top of everything. Well, we're not on top of Unseen, but we'll get Summer out tonight and we'll build from there. So Just a little bit of bear withing at the moment. That's all I'm asking for, because everything's okay, but it's just been a hell of a week. James said, did you enjoy your day at the cricket or did you fall asleep? Plus, Mariah May is WWE bound, free agent as of today. James, shout out to you. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it, thanks. I was tired. I mean, it was weird because obviously it started at 1. I had to get the train at 10:30. I mean, this is when I'm asleep normally. I mean, I'm normally asleep kind of midday till like normally I go to bed like 12, get up at 7, or go to bed at 1, get up at 8, something along those lines. So, you know, that was pretty much bang in the middle of the night for me. So I will admit I was sat there and I was feeling drained, but England played so well. I mean, they scored 400. And it was, you know, really great to see Root and Bethel doing well, Brooke and all these people. Crowd were fine. It wasn't like a crazy atmosphere, but there was a decent crowd in there. There's a few empty spots, a few empty seats. It looked worse on TV, actually. I looked back at a replay and you could see in the main stand there was a fair few empty seats. The rest of the ground was really full. It was the main stand, actually, that seemed to have some empty seats in it, which was a real shame. But the attendance was pretty good, honestly. It was a nightmare getting in and out of the ground. But yeah, it was good. I mean, a thumping win for England. They looked really good doing it. I managed to stay awake. But honestly, by the time I was on the train back, I was cooked. I was cooked. I just went straight to bed. So my body doesn't know what it's meant to be doing right now. My body doesn't know if it's meant to be awake, meant to be asleep. It's all blah. So again, bear with. We're you know, I've had some problems. Some are not my doing, but that one yesterday was my doing. So, but I try to always do, if I'm going to do something, I'll try and do it on a Thursday so it's less disruption. So obviously we lose out on the web. Member stream we'll still do. I'll try and move that to Sunday. You won't get cheated out of that. We will still do that. But yeah, no, it was good. But yeah, you're right. I was feeling it. Absolutely feeling it. And I got a little burn. Not much. You can see my face is a touch red. I mean, it wasn't even that hot, but me going outside is like a big deal. So, yeah, me venturing out of my lair was like, Jesus, my skin didn't know what had hit it. Like UV rays just battering me. So imagine getting, I only went to Birmingham. Imagine getting burnt in Birmingham. Imagine that. That's how little sunlight I get. Labori said, Days, I told Braxton everyone was upset about Tuesday and he didn't care. He just continued playing with his Legos. I hope you're having a great day. Labori, shout out to you. Shout out to Braxton as well. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. Playing with Legos. I remember those days. Miss Dow Jr. said, are you doing UFC this weekend? Because the UFC pay-per-view next weekend is going to collide with another... so annoying, isn't it? TKO likes having WWE and UFC pay-per-views on the same night. I don't know why they don't move it back to Sunday like back in the old days. Yeah, I know, honestly. I'm so annoyed about it because I just think it's decimated our UFC community. We had people that really enjoyed... I mean, you've been on those streams. There's people that are like, really love, like, you know, the atmosphere here. I think, to be honest, I don't really ever look around to see what other streamers are doing. It's not of any interest to me. I'm focused on this and our community, what other communities are doing and other streamers are doing. That's great. That's up to them, right? I don't ever go looking around. I never go and like check out what people have done like after we've streamed or anything, right? I learned this. I've learned this from the beginning, honestly. I think wrestling taught me this about mind your own lane. Yeah, worry about yourself. If you worry about what others are doing or like, oh, they've got that, you know, do we need to do that and all this kind of stuff, like you can really get distracted. You could get demotivated as well. I mean, there might be other people doing great work that you're like, oh my God, that's such a good idea. We should be doing that. If I do it now, we're going to be copying them. And you don't need that hassle. So I don't even engage with it, right? I don't even look. I'm not interested. So we focus on our lane. But I do have people popping in during our MMA streams that are very complimentary. And I get it. I understand. I understand that, like, if you join a channel and the person talking, you know, if you want to kind of make a nice impression, you pay them a compliment, right? It might not be true, but you kind of like, oh, it's a lovely community. Like, you're really good at commentating or something like that. You know, it's a nice impression. It's a lovely thing to say. Might not bear any truth, but it's a nice thing to say. So I understand that I might not be getting told the truth, and that it might just be a compliment for compliment's sake. But we did have people saying that it was a nice vibe, that they couldn't watch the show, and so calling the action was clear, and they could understand what was happening, who was winning, how the fights were going, the kind of action. And I don't know how that compares to other channels, but we've always been praised consistently for that, if nothing else, right? We've been, you know, some nice comments have been made. So I really enjoy UFC, and I really want to watch it, and I really want to provide that if that's something that's not already being provided elsewhere. I'm sure it is. I'm sure people are just being nice for the sake of being nice, but which is lovely, because I'll take that over being nasty for the sake of being nasty, okay? So no complaints this end. But yeah, it always felt like we provided something. I didn't ever feel like we were wasting our time or embarrassing ourselves. It always felt like we were providing some of value, and I'd like to think we do that with wrestling as well. I'd like to think we provide some of value, you know. It's a nice place to hang, good conversation. We don't throw shades. We're not looking to hate on wrestlers or be moody or like negative sake. If we criticize someone, we always try and make it constructive. Do you know what I mean? Like, hopefully it's just good, honest conversation. And even if people don't agree with what we're saying, if it provides a different perspective, might make you think about it. If you then think about it and go, no, I don't agree, well, that's fine. I mean, at least it's made you kind of think about an alternative you may not have thought of. So, yeah, I'd like to get back to UFC. I do miss it. It was always a good part of our schedule. There was normally a good amount of people that joined us. Saturdays, you know, can be fairly free from a wrestling point of view. But to be honest, what I've found, and I'm just going to be really honest, okay? What I've found is that when it comes to the big pay-per-views, there's a lot of casuals that watch. There's a lot of people that only watch the pay-per-views. It's in our interest to do that, because those streams are long streams. I mean, a UFC stream is about 7 hours, because you start at 11 o'clock at night in the UK to do the early prelims. Then you do the prelims at 1, and the actual show doesn't start till 3. So you would have done 4 hours of streaming before you even get to the start of the show. Then that show's about 3 hours. So by the time it finishes about 6 in the morning, you've probably done 7 hours of streaming. That's a long stream. That's a long stream. That's a big commitment. And I think that is fine when the fights are, you know, big and it's big names. So pay-per-views I'm really interested in. What I'm finding is that when it comes to the fight nights, and it might actually be a little different this year, but when it comes to the fight nights, that is more for the hardcore fans. We don't have those in our community. Our community is people really of casuals that like to jump in and watch the big pay-per-views, but when it comes to the fight nights, they're not as engaged. You don't get as big names. The fights don't mean as much. And so what I'm finding is that when we do a pay-per-view, we'll probably get about 30,000, maybe 40,000. It's been a couple of times we've reached 100,000 views for a UFC pay-per-view. I mean, they're big numbers. They do really well. They're very comparable to like a WWE pay-per-view, which is shocking, isn't it, when you think about how little we do of UFC, yet we can still get pay-per-view numbers similar to WWE pay-per-view numbers. It's crazy. You know, from a numbers point of view, it's crazy. But fight nights, I was doing some last year that were getting like 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 views. And if you think that's 7 hours of streaming to do 7,000 views. I mean, we will do that tonight. Probably within the first half an hour of SmackDown, we will have got about 7,000 views already on this stream. By the time the stream finishes, it will do, I would guess, 13 to 15,000. So, you know, this stream's 5 hours long, and it's going to do roughly, at a guess, probably won't now, 13 to 15,000. Whereas UFC Fight Night, that's going to do 8,000, yet it takes me 2 hours longer. So it's hard to kind of justify continuing to do them, honestly. You know, is it better for me to use that 7 hours to actually spend that time doing something else? It does then harm our pay-per-views because, of course, your community doesn't have a place to meet up. But we can't do them regular anyway. And I can't even do the pay-per-view this month because you're absolutely... So I've got such drama with UFC at the moment. I just want to do it every Saturday. If I was free every Saturday to just commit to UFC like we was before, because the pay-per-views used to be on a Sunday, we could do it. But unfortunately, they are just colliding the big shows with WWE big shows, and the smaller fight night shows have not been generating the views that really, I think, justify the commitment. You know, 7,000 views for 7 hours of streaming, that's a big, and certainly when my voice has not been great in 2025, that's a big commitment with what I would say, I mean, we did 6,000 views, I think, on Tuesday for NXT. I think we did about 6,000 views on Tuesday. My NXT stream is doing near enough what I think a Fight Night stream would do. And you go, how does that make any sense to spend 7 hours talking, streaming for what is such a little return, you know? And listen, unfortunately, that has to be took into consideration because as much as I want to just stream UFC because it's UFC and I enjoy it, I have to think, could I use that time better for something else? Like, you know, should I do my Money in the Bank predictions on Saturday? Work on those, get those uploaded, and use the time for that, and, you know, get Unseen out earlier than it would be. If I did UFC, Unseen would be going out 7, 8 in the morning. Could I do it so it goes out at 3 instead, which is obviously going to mean more people will be able to watch it. These are the things you have to weigh up. It's not about, oh, I can't be bothered, I'm not going to do it. It's about, can I use that time for something more constructive? So as of right now, and certainly with the disruption of this week, no plans for UFC tomorrow. But I'm not saying it's done or it's over or it's dead or we're never doing it again. I'm definitely interested in the pay-per-views. But the fight nights have been a challenge recently, I think. And it's not surprising because you've got big MMA channels out there now that only do MMA. And I think in order to compete against those, you have to do it on a regular basis. And we don't, and we can't. So, yeah, it's that side of the channel is really struggling. And I don't really have the solution, to be honest, because the solution is you do it on a regular basis, and we can't. That's the problem. White Rabbit, shout out to you, my friends. Welcome, welcome. Right, Edward, hello, said Days, how are you? How was the cricket? It was good, thank you. Did you have a good time? I was at Kelpies yesterday in Falkirk. I don't know what that is. They are lovely metal horses. What? Also, how's your family? Not had a good day. Hope you've had well. What? There's a lot in there, Edward. What is a Kelpie? What is a metal horse? Sorry. Why was you there? Was you buying one? Was you riding one? What's going on? What's happening? Talk to me. Why have you not had a good day as well? What's happening? Edward, I have questions. WWE Harrison said, do we think they'll announce WrestleMania location tonight? I'm hoping it's London. I don't know if they're going to announce it. I mean, the streets were saying it's Las Vegas, and it's pretty much guaranteed. I don't think there's much doubt that it's Vegas. I mean, if it's London, I'll be absolutely floored. I'm not expecting it to be anything but Vegas. I think London will get it. I don't know when they'll get it. It's London. London is the ones that London. WWE is motivated by one thing, and that is money, right? They only care about money. Money. Yeah. Ticket prices, increase them, right? Sponsorships, get more. Yeah. Having the wrestlers come down dressed as Clash of Clans clowns, fine. Just give us money. Yeah. Sponsors all over the ring. Hey, do you want WrestleMania? Yes, please. Okay, that's $7 million. $7 million now, and you can have it. Right? Money. London can have WrestleMania. WWE have been over and had a meeting with their London mayor, where he got to pose with the world's smallest belt, because that's all he deserved. And it's as simple as put up the money, London. Put up the money. You're meant to be, UK's meant to have one of the biggest economies in the world. I think number 6 out of every country in the world, the UK's got the 6th best economy. So I know that like a lot of that money is spent, and we're all looking for pennies down the back of the sofa because of, you know, how much the NHS costs and how much this costs and that costs. So we've got one of the biggest economies, but we've got one of the largest bills as well for like how much things cost. There's never much in the way of spare money. But, well, that's your problem, isn't it? There's countries out there that do have spare money that can splash the cash and get WrestleMania. So London can have it, but London's got to put the money up. And if they don't put the money up, they won't get it. And that's London's fault. I don't blame WWE. I used to. I used to blame WWE because they didn't used to do this. They didn't used to. It used to be a case that you would bid for it and you would get it, but I don't think there was much in the way of payment. There might be something, but not anything significant. Now it's become millions. You have to pay millions to get WrestleMania. So I don't know. I think they've told London the amount it would cost, and I don't know what it's doing. It certainly hasn't just gone, yes, here's the money. We would have heard something by now if they had. They've spoke to London. London's thought about it, and I don't know that a decision has been made. It sort of feels like London's parked it, actually. It sort of feels like London has gone, okay, yeah, interesting. Oh, we'll run that by our people. We'll work some budget stuff out, and we'll get back to you. Kind of feels like they've done that. It was so long ago. There's been no announcement. Feels like London's gone, oh, okay, yeah, we'll look into that, and then just walked away. So, listen, if London don't get it, it's London's fault. And I'm sat here in the UK, a proud Englishman saying that. So, I wouldn't get too hopeful that it's going to be London. Word on the street is it's going to be Vegas, but I think London stands a chance of getting it as long as it flipping has a word with itself. Edward said, Days Kelpies are statues in Falkirk. Look them up. I'm okay. They're great things to go and visit. They even light up. And what I've not had drama. You've had drama with family people. Breaking people's hearts with stuff. It's just not been a good day. I won't pry, Edward. But shout out to you, buds. And yeah, I mean, you've been through these kinds of days before. You'll be through these kinds of days again. This happens. This is life. These things happen. Bad days happen. I had a few of them this week. They weren't that bad. They weren't like, you know, the kind of thing you're going through. But just, you know, stuff where you're like, oh, I don't need this right now. Certainly when I lost power for 10, 12 hours and no one. We called an electrician out and he was like, yeah, there's nothing we can do. You need the national grid. You're like, oh, we need who? The national, how do I get hold of the national grid? Like, what do you mean? So it's like, you know, you expect an electrician to come around and go, bop, sorted. No. You need the people that look after the cabling in the local area. You need the people that look after the fuse boxes, and you need those people. Like, how'd you get them people? Jesus. So, it's life, innit? It's rubbish sometimes. Brony said the entire world is strictly based on money. Every company, every sport, every sponsor, every workplace, all revolves around money. I get why TKO is like this, but it is still frustrating, says Brony. I agree. I think, though, with sport in particular, you need to make sure from a PR point of view that you are still protecting those that are low income. So, for example, kids' tickets at Man United, that's been a talking point because I don't know how much it is for under 12s or whatever, but I heard our owner talking about how prices have had to go up because of us not being successful on the pitch. We need to get that money elsewhere, so we're putting ticket prices up. And a big talking point was, well, what about under 12s? They haven't got money. Like, you can't put their tickets up. And he's like, well, I think we can protect the under 12s. I think, like, anyone under that age, we should be all right with keeping that frozen. So, money does make the world go round, but there are things that companies and sports do try to protect, do try to take into consideration. I mean, you could put under 12s up to like £100 a ticket. Problem you've got is you're not going to get many under 12s paying that or able to pay that or families able to pay that. So you wouldn't sell many of those tickets. But then, I don't know, do you just sell some of the other tickets instead? I mean, you could... Companies are always going to try and get as much money as possible, but there is a bit of an obligation to make sure that you are still not closing your doors to your fan base, I mean, you want to make it accessible as well. You don't want to make sure the kids can't go. I mean, the other thing is kids will be fans for life. So those under 12s, if they go to Man United and have a great time, a great experience, and absolutely love it, they will likely be fans for the rest of their lives, which means the company or the club would get loads more money out of them. That works the same with wrestling. If you get a kid to go to the show, you're not just getting that one experience. There's a chance they'll want to go again. There's a chance they'll want merch at Christmas. They'll want figures. They'll want to go to WrestleMania. They'll want meet and greets. They'll want the bedspread. They'll want the wallpaper. They'll want the calendar. They'll want the clock. They'll want the rug. They'll want the pajamas. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's in your value to not price those people out because you'll get greater returns over a longer period of time. So it is true that everything is money motivated, but it's also true that you don't want to exclude people that are real fans that maybe can't afford the high ticket prices, because you will also make money out of them in the long term and they will be fans for life, whatever. So there's an obligation really by WWE, I think, to make sure that families can go and that kids can afford to go and that parents can afford to take their kids, which means that you've got to make sure that you're not overcharging. This is why conversations around how much the front row ticket prices are do not bother me in the slightest. I could not give a flip. I could not care less. I don't care if those front row tickets are 10 grand, 20 grand, $1 million, $1 million, right? 100 grand. I don't care. It doesn't make any difference to me, because if you can afford to buy those tickets, you're rich, you've got money. And if someone that's got money can't afford those front row tickets anymore, guess what? I don't care. Just buy tickets further back. You'll still get in the room. I am much more bothered by families and kids and parents with kids that can't afford to get in the room. They can't even afford the nosebleed seats. They can't even get into row Z. That bothers me way more than what the flip you get in the front row for 40 grand. Don't give a flip. Couldn't care less. Charge them 100 grand. In fact, charge them more. I've said before, if you've got money and you want to be in the front row, 100 grand. 100 grand, right? That's your front row. You can meet the wrestlers, go backstage, flip in, put some trunks on and have a match. I don't give a flip, right? But charge them loads so that you can keep the ticket prices cheap for the people in the back, because that's where you're going to get your parents and your kids and, the people that are just about going to be able to afford to go. Keep those ticket prices low. That's the bit that bothers me more, is nosebleeds. So, yeah, it is frustrating. And the nosebleeds have gone up dramatically. And we've heard in our community people saying they just can't go. They can't afford to go. It's too much. And you go, this is just not right, man. It's not right. Wrestling used to be a cheap sport, family entertainment, cheap night out. And I know that WWE has no obligation to stay that way. But, with less house shows, which are cheaper shows, with less house shows, it means now that you're more likely to get a Raw or a SmackDown in your area. And those ticket prices have always been higher. And now they're even more high. It's just a nightmare, isn't it? I just don't know. I couldn't have gone. It's that simple. If I was a kid, I would not have gone. I would not have gone. I would not have had a chance to have gone because I don't think they do house shows in Birmingham anymore, but they did back in 94, 95. And that's what I went to, Birmingham, UK. They're doing a Raw there soon, but the tickets for that is going to be insane. That'll be really special, actually, watching that on TV when they're in Birmingham. That'll be really special. That'll be the room that I first went to a WWE. It's obviously different now. It'll look a bit more glamorous. Not that glamorous, but it'll look a little bit more glamorous on TV than it was when I was there back in the early 90s. But yeah, I mean, that room is where I saw my first gig. That room is where I went to my first show. Like, it's a big deal, that space for me. It's got a lot of memories there. And Raw is going to be there later this year. I think actually on the road to Clash in Paris, we actually go there. So I was toying about whether I should go or not, but I decided not to. Stream with you guys instead. Plus also the amount of money. Even I'd be in the flipping nosebleed seats. And I don't mind that, but I'd rather be here with you lot. So yeah, Brony's right. Money does make the world go round. But I do think there's an obligation, certainly when it comes to the people at the back, the nosebleed seats, to make sure that they can, and families can afford to still go. Daves, was you able to see any beautiful women, says Tony. You are a legend. AEW got a 4-hour special next Wednesday. Oh. Any beautiful? There's lots of beautiful women around. There always is in Birmingham. I mean, it's just full of beautiful women. But yeah, no, it was a great day. Sun was out. The stadium was pretty full. There was sections that were empty, and as I said, on TV it looked worse. I saw it back and I was like, oh, it was not that empty. It was pretty full. Hollies were all full. Everywhere looked good. Trying to get food at the break was a nightmare. Like this, trying to get through was like, just trying to grab something to eat. But yeah, there was lots of attractive people around, myself included. Gmail said, I've got 3 kids. They love going. We got floor seats once, but the other times we got nosebleeds, but they loved it all the same. Oh, they would have done. Again, I think as adults, we can kind of look at nosebleeds and be like, oh, nosebleeds, I'm not sure. I'd rather be a bit closer to the action, or it makes no difference if you're a kid. Absolutely no difference whatsoever. If you are going and you are getting in that room and you can feel the atmosphere and see the superstars, it makes absolutely zero difference to a kid if they're in the nosebleeds or not. It's just about getting in the room. It's just about being at school or whatever you're doing in the day, telling your friends you're going to bed the night before. Tomorrow I'm going to see the wrestling, waking up, oh my God, do you think such and such will be there? The car journey over, looking at the merch. I mean, I know it because it was me, and I'm sure it was many of you as well. So it's just about getting in the room. So this is why even the nosebleeds, you got to protect them. You got to make sure those ticket prices don't get too out of control for families, because it's a lot of money with kids, and you got to pay for yourself. You got to pay for taking your kid. If you've got a couple of kids or 3 kids, you can't take just one. The others might want to go, so then you ended up buying 4 tickets. Do you know what I mean? It's a lot. So it can be like a mini holiday. Certainly if you're going to Raw. I mean, I think some of the tickets we saw for nosebleeds were like $150. That means for 4 people, it's $600. I've got to think you can go on vacation and do something like a camping trip or something for $600. I mean, it is a serious commitment. But yeah, if it can be done, then it's worth it. Certainly if your kids are like massive fans. But it's about finding that balance, isn't it? There's enough complaints around about it where it feels like people are definitely being priced out. Unfortunately, there's a lot of wealthy people as well that can just afford it. So WWE have got to find that balance. If they'll know where too much they've charged too much. They'll know where that line is when ticket sales are a real struggle. But it's squeezing everyone. But it's not alone, is it? I mean, concerts are exactly the same. All sport is the same. All you hear about, I heard about the basketball as well. I heard the basketball has gone up exponentially. So, you know, it's just a problem everywhere, to be honest. Live entertainment is just getting more and more expensive. Everything's getting more and more expensive. It's a conversation we've had before. It's a conversation I'm sure we'll have again. The Jimmy J, shout out to you, said, what do we think we get from the Wyatt Sicks tonight? Yeah, we'll get something. We'll get some follow-up. They're back now. I can't see us not getting anything. I think that we will get a... vignette. I don't know that we see them tonight, but we just need to follow up last week. I'll take anything as a follow-up. So I think we see them on a vignette or a video or something like that. I don't know that it's anything more exciting than that. I don't need anything more exciting than that. I just need to see them. To be honest, I just need to see them. After going so long this year without seeing them, well, not seeing them at all, really. Getting them back last week was great. Now we just need to follow that up with something. Just get them on the show. Because the last thing people want is to stop, start, you know? People don't want stop, start. So let's get them back on the show. Days, would you ever stream TNA content, said All Game? I mean, I would. It's never been part of our agenda. I've done TNA a couple of times in the past. Couple of times. I would do it, but it would need to be consistent. I mean, at the moment, it doesn't feel like it's essential from a WWE point of view. Obviously, the relationship with TNA is interesting, and Trick is now the champ of TNA. That's interesting. I don't think he has the belt long, but I feel like it's on the radar. It's I give it a glance, but it's just, I don't know. If there was a big invasion, if there was a big NXT TNA sort of pay-per-view coming up, and we were getting like loads of TNA stars coming over, and NXT was under attack, and NXT was going over to TNA responding, and it was all, do you know what I mean, big and like exciting and all that stuff, then I would. But at the moment, no, because you just get the odd person show up, really. You just get the odd person show up. Trick's their champion at the moment, the TNA champion. It's interesting. But not enough to get me to sort of stream it. So there's an answer in there somewhere. It's not impossible, but it would need to be more significant in order for me to do it. Connor said, do we know if Jacob loses tonight? Solo is in Money in the Bank. Do we think Jacob will cost Solo? I don't think he'll cost him if he's not in it. I don't think he's looking to necessarily get in Solo's way. I think he's just focused on himself. All gas, no brakes. I don't think he hates Solo. I think that he is kind of sending a message to Solo of, things have changed. I used to acknowledge you, but now you're no longer tribal chief. You're just another dude now. I don't have that same respect for you anymore. But I don't know that there's a hatred there. So I think he could cost him. He could get in the way if they're both in the match. But if he's not in the match, I don't expect him to. I don't know why he would just out the blue cost Solo. Solo is still family. So really, he shouldn't do that. He shouldn't get in Solo's way. Solo, as we said, is still family. So he needs a reason to do that. If Solo and JC attack Jacob before Money in the Bank, then we could have Jacob respond. So Bubba said, Days, who do we think is going to fill Stephanie's shoes? Well, Mariah May, obviously, looks like she's coming over. I'd expect her to be brought in. But I think I wouldn't be shocked if they are looking at bringing some other talent in. I wouldn't be shocked if someone comes over from Japan. I mean, they're constantly looking over at Japan to try and see, because they've got Marigold, they've got Stardom. I think if ever there's anyone that's free and available that's like a great talent, they're interested. Japan's excellent at creating female. I mean, Asuka, Kairi, Io, Julia. I mean, like there's some amazing female talent coming out of Japan. That Rio as well from Progress in the UK. I heard they were impressed with her. Word on the street is, though, that NXT Europe could launch at the end of this year, which if it does, we're here for that. We're here for that. I'm honestly looking at AAA. I mean, I'm really interested in that Triple Mania show. Definitely interested in Worlds Collide. AAA being like the NXT Mexico. I'm sort of interested in that. Again, though, I don't know how much interest there would be in AAA, but it is basically NXT Mexico now that WWE have bought them. And actually, word on the street was they were even wondering whether they should rebrand it to NXT Mexico. So we've got, obviously, you've got Raw, you've got SmackDown. Below that, you've got NXT. Now you've got Evolve, which feeds NXT. But you've also got AAA, or NXT Mexico, which will also feed NXT. And I think then they're looking now at NXT Europe, which could feed NXT. So, you know, all of this, they did the exact same with NXT UK. NXT UK was basically NXT Europe. We had A-Kid and Gunther, and we had loads of people that were from outside the UK. So it was basically NXT Europe, just without that name. And the talent that went from there went to NXT. So, and you know, that gave us Lyra Valkyria, it gave us Gunther, it gave us Elia, it gave us Pete Dunne. There's a lot of talent that came out of NXT UK. So once they get NXT Europe up and running, let's go. So, yeah, they're looking at that. They're looking at NXT Mexico. I think there should be something over in Japan as well. So, you know, obviously it's going to take time to set things up, but I think they're constantly looking at Japan. And I think Rio from Progress in the UK, she is someone they're interested in, but she might not come to NXT. They might use her to launch NXT Europe later in the year. But they might bring her in now. They might be like, nah, let's go now. We don't want to waste several months waiting for that. Let's just get her in now. So she's another name. But, yeah, I think you've got people like Kalani, Sol Ruka that can step up as well. So, you know, there's Zarya, Jada Parker, Lola Vice. I mean, it's a great women's division, even without that, you know, those names. So they'll be fine, absolutely fine. But, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see another couple of signings as well as Mariah May. And looking towards Japan would probably make sense. Matt, shout out to you, said, Days, when did we go from superhero archetypes to wrestlers that felt more human and relatable? And did we welcome the shifts? Didn't welcome the shifts. I think that change happens with the steroid trial. So I think the steroid trial in 1992 stops us from being from having superheroes, because before that, the wrestlers were on steroids and they were big, they were huge, they were jacked, they were all on drugs. British Bulldog, massive. Ultimate Warrior, massive. Ravishing Rick Rude, not massive, but had a good size to him. I mean, absolutely shredded. Hogan as well. I mean, if you look at Hogan before and after the steroid trial, you know, look at him at WrestleMania 8 and WrestleMania 9. He does not have the same size as he does in the early WrestleManias. So I think that that's the superhero kind of stuff I connect with steroids, and I connect with the 80s. I think by the time we get to 92, Vince is being done for providing steroids, which was a banned substance, to the wrestlers. He said he didn't. the law courts found that he hadn't. It was a doctor that was apparently prescribing steroids. Vince was not the one that was doing that. And so he was found innocent. That was very dramatic, though, because he was looking at spending time in jail. And so we would not have had Vince for the night. I don't know how long he would have gone to prison for, but he would have gone to prison. And we would not have had Vince in the 90s. So I don't know what that would have meant for the Attitude Era. I don't know what that would have meant for WWF. It was big. It was dramatic. Vince was found not guilty, though. And so he continued doing what he was doing. But after that, that's where you start getting Shawn and Bret. We do have Lex Luger, who had a good size to him, but he was natural. He was an actual bodybuilder. And I don't believe he was on any steroids because they had the wellness policy that was brought in. This is where you get Diesel, who is tall. He's not jacked. He's got some muscle, but more his size is what is most imposing. Undertaker around, of course. But yeah, we're definitely moving away from those kind of big jacked bodies. We're moving more into the Bretts and the Shawns. And the taller guys like a Sid or a Diesel. And then by the time you get into Attitude Era, you've got Stone Cold's. Triple H has got good size to him. I mean, I'm sure there was people that were still doing steroids and just trying to get them past the system. But WWE do have a wellness policy set up by this point. And so, that is meant to kind of prevent steroids because, Vince almost went to prison. He's got no desire to go to prison. So, but, were wrestlers finding ways of getting steroids and cheating the wellness policy? I would say yes. I would say, of course. I would say there was wellness policy violations as well. So there was people being found guilty of such things. So it was still going on, but not on the scale. It was just widespread before. Now, it was having to be a bit more, under the radar. So I would say that was the big change. But, wrestling has always kind of gravitated towards bigger guys. If you think of someone that walks through an airport and they're jacked, you'd be like, oh, they could be a wrestler, But, I mean, there's so many smaller guys that kind of came through after that time, because I think people were inspired by Bret and Shawn. And I think it showed that if you're a wrestler and you're not huge, you can do it as well. And I think that really inspired a lot of smaller guys. And so, yeah, we do have a lot of smaller guys that have come into the business now. Whereas back in the day, those smaller guys, I think they would have been excluded. I think the door was more closed to them. So I would say it's not an exact science, but that feels like the most dramatic shift. That feels like the biggest moment where it all changed. So in 92. Wrestling Russ said, I love Days, I love the community. Yeah, that I mean. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the kind words, my friends. I hope you're ready for Friday Night Smackdown. I'm not ready. I don't have my headphones plugged in, I just noticed. So, yeah, we will be underway with tonight's show very, very soon. Should be good. We've got John, we've got Cody. We've got a lot of Money in the Bank qualifiers, so should be a noteworthy show. Kian said, Days, you and this community, it keeps me going. Thank you. Kian, shout out to you, but we just waffle. We just waffle about wrestling. But, yeah, it's nice. I think what's great is that we do have a real good community that enjoy hanging with each other. That shows itself during our member streams, like a bit of good fun banter during those games, and yeah, it's lovely seeing the same names around and seeing new people join in and people sharing their thoughts. And I know I can't get to everyone's comments. I just jump in and answer questions best I can, jump back in again after. But I hope people are having chats amongst themselves and the community's chatting away. There's a Discord as well where you can do that. It's just worth mentioning because I know there's good stuff that goes on over there as well. So shout out to Dormouse and shout out to Sunny doing good work over there. But yeah, it's great. It's great. I love seeing the same names around and some new names as well. It's I said the other day, something I don't take for granted. I've had a bit of a nightmare week this week with some disruption, but we still got the streams done. And but hopefully we'll be back a bit smoother next week as we head towards Money in the Bank. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support, Delwyn, with a very kind donation. Delwyn said, Days, I'm back home now. I've been to Liverpool. I've been there all week celebrating Liverpool winning the league. I missed WWE. It was extremely hard, but I did see highlights of Cody coming back at Saturday night's main event, so I'm stoked that we'll see him tonight. Well, Delwyn, I hope you had a good time, buds. I know there was obviously the horrific incident that happened during the parade, but I hope you're still able to celebrate a great achievement by Liverpool. Obviously, winning the league is a massive deal, and I know that it's something that Liverpool have not experienced enough of during the Premier League era. I'm not saying that as a disrespectful thing. I'm just saying a club of their size should have won it more. But I think, didn't you? You won it during the pandemic, didn't you? Which meant that was the first time you'd won it. You couldn't really celebrate. So I'd imagine this one, God, if you think about it, the Liverpool fans are just constantly getting cheated, aren't they, really? Because you didn't really win it. You was close, but didn't get it until the pandemic. Pandemic, you can't celebrate because we're all in lockdown. And then you win it again, and then that flipping, I was going to say idiot, but that's not strong enough. With that incident, you know, in the parades, sort of soured it a little again, hasn't it? Hopefully not. Hopefully you can still celebrate it because, you know, as a Man United fan, whenever we won the league, it was obviously such a big, you know, deal. I mean, God, it'd be a massive deal now. It's unfathomable now. But, yeah, I hope you had a good time, dude. I heard about that guy. Apparently he was like a guy in his 50s, kids, family man. Neighbours were shocked. Don't know what the hell has happened there. Don't know what his motivation was or what he was thinking. It'll be very interesting, actually, when we get to the case and we can find out why. Not what you would expect at all. In my mind, it was going to be some 19-year-old, something like that, you know, absolute idiot that, I don't know, maybe had it in for Liverpool. But this is some guy in his 50s with kids and a family, and the neighbours were like, he seemed lovely, I have no problems, can't believe this has happened. I have no idea what's gone on there. Stuart, shout out to you, buds, firing in a Wrestling Days membership. Appreciate it, my friends. And Metal Mama, hello. Hope you are well. Hey you. Hope you're good. Hope you've had a good week. Hope it's been better than mine. And Metal Mama, shout out to you. Adam said, Happy Fatu Friday, everyone. Hoping for a good one. Should be good. It's always good whenever we've got Jacob on the show. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing Jacob in that qualifying match. And obviously, not only that, we've also got John on the show and we've got Cody on the show. So it should be a pretty fun one tonight. Should be a pretty fun one. I'm not going to get too carried away. We know the shows have not been mind-blowing in 2025, but I don't know. Looks okay. Lineup looks okay. JB said 18 months, no refund request yet. Happy Friday. JB, shout out to you, my friends. We are literally just about to start. Nick the Train Guy, shout out to you. Firing in a Wrestling Days membership. Hope you're doing well, buds. And King Yeti said, we about to die here in Maryland. Yay, the weather is bad. Oh, I've not seen any news on that, but stay safe, my friends. I've not seen any news about Maryland. I've honestly just been like trying to catch up on a bit of sleep today. What with yesterday being out in the day and then coming back, having a little nap, waking up. It's been a bit messy, honestly. I feel quite good now, but it's been a ride. So I'm a little bit out the loop. So I've not heard anything, but King Yeti, stay safe. Here we go. Let's see what Smackdown has got. King Yeti, appreciate it as always. But Delwyn, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us as we're about to go over to SmackDown. Hannah said, in terms of the first half of the 2020s, it feels like the world of wrestling was great in 2022. WWE got the big shakeup. AEW was all right for me. Business was getting better. Thoughts? I don't have any thoughts. What thoughts are we on? I mean, I agree. WWE rebuilt after the pandemic. The sale 23-24 was excellent. 25 has been a step down. I can't comment on AEW. I don't watch it. But yeah, you know, WWE. I think we've spoke about the kind of way that it has felt. Pandemic sucked. It was really just a case of no one cared. We were just grateful that shows were still happening. So I remember watching and being, you know, not down on it, just like, well, at least we get a show. That was kind of what we were saying. There's no crowd. It doesn't feel the same. But, well, you know, we've got some stories and there were some good moments. Let's not make out it was all terrible. There were some good moments in there, but I have no desire to go back to that. I do not shed a tear for us no longer having a Thunderdome. Thunderdome was worse, honestly. I really hated the Thunderdome. It was worse. I think the performance center was better. Having people's faces on screen in the backgrounds didn't do anything. And you couldn't hear them, so they had to pipe in fake noises. So it was just all... I just didn't like it. Right, there's Cody and Jay. So, yeah, we came out of that, obviously, 23, 24, really good years. Bloodline, finishing the story. Cody return. Punk return. Bray return. 25, not quite those same heights, but well, still plenty of the year left, isn't there? There is Cody. There is Pharaoh. Cody backstage. I do think they shouldn't keep getting involved with matches. It makes him look incompetent, says Blake. Oh, there she is. She's still got her finger bandaged, but she is in wrestling attire. So Bianca is backstage. Smile on. Is she going to kick off the show? It feels like she is. She's making her way through Gorilla Look. EST chants. EST chants. The music hits. And we are starting with Bianca Belair. Let's go. Makes sense. Big cheer for Bianca. Knoxville's very own EST of Rocky Top. A homecoming for the EST. Bum. We love Bianca Belair. Some hugs there for some younger fans. Yeah, good reaction. David said, Days hates Thunderdome. Tina Turner turned him down. She would. She would turn me down. Hey, talking of, like, normal people and celebrities, I got recommended, have you ever seen that Billy in the Street? I'd never seen him or heard of him until literally the other day, and I got recommended one of his videos. He was a guy in America. I don't know that he still does the show anymore. All his clips are from like 8 years ago, 9 years ago, 10 years ago. But he had like, he used to go on the streets and go up to people and ask them questions. And he'd have celebrities with him. And I saw that the other day for the very, very first time. Never heard of him. Never knew of him or his show. And I was like, these are great. So I've just been binging a couple of those little... They're always short, his videos, but funny. I liked him. Good. Billy on the Street. This is where you'll tell me now he's been cancelled or something. Here's Bianca. Bianca has a return, said Joe. Are y'all ready? Hit the music. What's this? This must be a Knoxville thing. What's this song? I don't think I've ever heard this. We've been to Knoxville before. I don't remember this song never being played. Well, there we go. That was a thing. Woo! Woo! This city is so special. It's my safe space. Shouting out her mom and her dads. You always show up and show out for me. I wanted to come back here to my safe space. Surely we're bringing out Naomi. Will this lead to that first match? It's going to, innit? First match is Jade, Nia, and Naomi. This is going to lead into that, I would imagine. Why do I think she's about to turn heel, says Brony. So this is her safe space. Will Naomi come out, said Connor. It feels that way, doesn't it? It feels that way. EST champs. Okay. So, I don't know people's music. I was guessing it was Naomi, and it is Naomi. Here's Naomi. Finally. She loves Bianca. I'm so glad you're finally here on SmackDown. Boos for Naomi. This is not the time for this. She ain't wrestling in those boots, is she, to be honest? Not a day has gone by where I don't think about what's happened. You suck, chance. You suck, chance to Naomi. Naomi looks sad. She's got her head down. She's sad. This isn't what she wanted. I just want your forgiveness, says Naomi. Crowd are booing away again. She's begging. I'm not buying it. You're not buying it. I want to fix it. I'm trying to fix it. Let's just let the past be the past. She went to her parents' house? She went inside her parents' house, what? I went through your... What? This is going to be a hard sell. That's a good meme, though. You betrayed my trust. She broke into her parents' house? What the WTF, said Tom. Phantom's like, lol. Creepy, said Dotsalucha Lala. This is going to be Bianca's SummerSlam match, said LS Dub. That's breaking and entering, said Suzanne. It really is. Which she's just admitted to on international television. But we've done that before, haven't we? But Bianca making it very clear, I don't care about you, sister. EST. Oh, there's tears? My God, she's doing so well to get the tears. How's she done that? She's proper crying. Look at Naomi with tears. Oh, look at that face as well. Oh! She laughing at that line. Look at the tears running down Naomi's face. Mate, how much do you want to see that match? I really want to see that match. I really want to see that match. Obviously, Jade coming down. We're going to go to our first match now. But damn, that was fun. Boom, these two getting underway. These two are in a triple threat, which big boot. I'm sure is going to be starting soon. There's Jade and Bianca looking at each other. So many moving parts to this. I wonder if they do a triple threat at SummerSlam or if it would be like Bianca, Naomi. There's issues here as well, isn't there? They're going to be on a collision course at some point. Yeah, here's Nia. So, triple threat match about to start, but pretty fun opening segment. Here's Nia. Yeah, honestly, considering that's like not Bloodline or anything, it's not Cody, it's not Cena, I think that's pretty fun. I think that's not a bad open at all. Days, that leak has been the reason for the stream issues. There's been no issues tonight, says James. It might have been. I mean, I honestly can't say for certain, but yeah, the water was getting into the electricity supply. That means that there was less power coming into the house. I wouldn't be shocked to find out that meant that, like, you know, things weren't working 100%. It's a positive it's been sorted. Whether that means we're going to be issue-free going forward, I'm not sure, but at least I know that everything's operating 100% now. So, yeah, good. I'm pleased that there's been no problems tonight. This might be the sunshine after the rain. Right, we've got Nia in the ring. We've got Naomi in the ring. We are underway with our first match then. Triple threat match. Naomi versus Nia versus Jade Cargill. Right. I can't see it. I'm going to take your word for it. Oh, what? You can't see the show, Susan? You can't see SmackDown? What's happening? This is a Money in the Bank qualifying match. We are at commercial break. Oh, is that why you can't see it? Because we're at commercial. We've got Naomi on the outside. We got Jade and Nia locking up in the ring, and we are underway. Cynthia said, I'm doing well. Thank you, Toby. Do you need a hug? Oh, guys, Cynthia is dishing out hugs if anyone's after one. Cynthia is dishing them out. Ella Stubbs said, I actually like that opening. The over-emotional acting doesn't click, but their dynamic is great. And when they take verbal shots at each other, it works. Naomi, Bianca, and Jade versus Naomi versus Bianca, and Jade versus Tiffany at SummerSlam, says LS Dub. I actually think you can do the over top emotional stuff. I think you can. Because I think Naomi's unhinged. Her getting upset and crying and not being kind of mentally stable sort of plays into those vignettes where she's like laughing and looks a little bit crazed. I think you can sort of get away with it with her. But, yeah, not bad. Not a bad way to get into the first match as well, honestly. Naomi on the outsides. Are we doing UFC on Saturday, said Stephen. No plans to at the moment, no. This week's been a bit of a nightmare week, and it's not a pay-per-view. Maybe if this week had been a little bit less dramatic, then I would have had a chance to do research. And I actually don't even know who's fighting. If it was some big names and, you know, there was some buzz around. I think, is it Blanchfield that's fighting against Macy Barber? I think that'll do okay. I don't think it'll be that huge. The big frustration is the fact that the pay-per-views collide with the WWE pay-per-views. They've got to fix that. Shoulder tackle there. Nia. Hip toss. No. Jade lands on her feet. Naomi's staying on the outsides. Okay, we are going back now as we are back to the action. Naomi staying on the outside. We got a Money in the Bank graphic. It's a qualifying match. In the corner goes Nia. Naomi is in the ring again. Shots coming down there by Naomi. Throwing down blows on Jade. Obviously, there's a hell of a history between these two. Naomi stomping Jade down. She has stayed out the way. She stayed on the outside. She's flashing the guns at the moment. Kind of taunting a little bit. Very much in control. Nia to the outsides. Naomi charging in. Ooh, drop kick there to Jade. Forearm shot coming in. We are in control, Naomi, at the moment. Brody said, Days, every segment between Bianca, Naomi, and Jade is just Naomi saying that she wants Bianca back. Then Jade comes to attack Naomi, and Bianca and Jade have a stare down. I want more development. Well, I think you had a little there. I think that line about it would be a shame if something happened to you. It would be a shame if you was in a wheelchair like your mom. Her saying that she'd been round the house. I think what we did in that segment is we showed that Naomi is unhinged. We're continuing that narrative. This is why I said, like, I don't think the over-emotion from Naomi is a problem. I think, as well as that, we've also managed to show a little bit of anger there from Naomi. It'd be a shame if something happened to you. We're starting to see glimpses now of her not just trying to get Bianca back, but, well, if that doesn't work, I'm going to attack you. I'm going to come after you. So I feel like there's not much of a development, but a little development there. Jade coming in. Down goes Naomi. Would we say that Worlds Collide has potential to be the best PLE of the year? I wouldn't think so, no. I don't expect it to be the best PLE of the year. I think there's too many talents people aren't going to know. We haven't built the matches. There's not really a massive reason to care. I think in-ring wise will be good. But it's hard to say it's going to be one of the best PLEs when you've got so many people on that show that we've just never seen wrestle. Nia in control. I'm watching quietly, but I am here for the community and Days, said Jessica. Jessica, hello. Hope you're well. Welcome. Nia against the ropes, drops the leg. Lands on Naomi and Jade's. Days, it's my 22nd birthday tomorrow, said let him in. Let him in. Olivia, happy 22nd birthday, my friends. Hope you have a great day. What day is it tomorrow? Saturday. Oh, that's good. That's good. Might mean that you're free to actually do something on a Saturday. Oh! 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Jeez. I think her buttocks went right in her face. Let's have a look at the replay. Ah! Wow. That was more than just leg that Naomi had on her face there. That was a leg drop off the corner, but I'm sure she got a bit of buttock. Oh, look, Naomi wrapped around that bottom rope, being dragged by Nia. Going over against the ropes. On the shoulders, Samoa Joe, reversed 1, 2. Kick, oh my God. Wow, Samoan drop, but she managed to turn her over into a pin. God, this is all right. Drop kick there by Naomi. There's some good stuff here. Honestly, you don't know quite what to expect in a match that's got Jade and Nia Jackson. You know that Naomi can do some stuff in there. Nia obviously quite limited because of her size. She's more a powerhouse, really, chucking people around. Jade, a little bit limited. But this match is okay. Corey, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Dark Angel said, Dave, you're about 10 seconds ahead of me. How am I 10 seconds ahead? But I'm watching it over the internet. 1, 2. And there should be a delay on YouTube. Dude, where are you on the moon? Nita Nitro, shout out to you, said you're so positive. I don't feel positive. I've never been accused of that before, Nita Nitro. Shots coming in. That's the first time that's ever been said. Jade going against the ropes, collides into Nia. Nia goes through to the outside. Jade on her feet in the ring, trying to get the crowds fired up. Naomi on the outside, Jade grabbing her hair. Deja, you're ahead of me too. Oh my God, what's going on? Are WWE giving me all the action first, are they? I don't know how to help. I should not be ahead of anyone. With the slight delay they put on the YouTube stream and the fact that I'm having to watch over the internet, I'm honestly stunned I'm ahead of anyone. I would say pause the stream by 10 seconds or so. Shot coming in to the midsection. And again, headbutt there by Nia. Jade goes back. Corey said, Days, are we NSYNC? I see what you've done there. I see what you've done. I can't remember any of their songs. I only know that Justin Timberlake was in that group. That's it. Boom. Did they do Bye Bye Bye? Bye Bye Bye? Was that them? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Bye bye, no I said bye 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 bye. I think that's them. And if it's not, it is now. Sleazeboy said movie idea. Ocean Gate sub is attacked by Jack from the Titanic. Oh my God, make it. Write it. I would love that. Imagine that the Ocean Gate thing goes down, they look out the window and there's Jack in the water, banging to be let in because he's turned into a zombie. Like that on the glass. And they're all inside like, ah! Go away, zombie Jack. Yeah, good. It's a good idea. I like it. Would that be disrespectful? Is that too soon? If people think it is, then it wasn't my idea. If people think it's too soon, then please send your complaints to Sleazeboy. But if you think it's a good idea, then hit me up. Roll up there by Naomi. 1. Just a 1. A. Jobson said it took a few years, but it seems to be getting down a moveset and working somewhat. Unfortunately, she's about as exciting as grass growing. Who's this? Nia? Jade? Oh! Sent on there by Nia. Zombie Jack Days. That sounds like NXT zombie shiz from a few years ago. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's movie stuff. Or the Halloween Havoc zombie stuff. Yes, it does. But to be honest, if I know that I'm going to see a zombie film or a zombie TV show, I can cope with it. You don't expect it from WWE. Super kick again there by Jade. Whoa, Spinebuster! Spinebuster by Jades! On Nia. Double knees there by Naomi. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out by Jade. They're giving this match some time. Do we think Nikki will be in a Money in the Bank qualifier? I don't think so. Tokens Worlds, no. Nice. Split head moonsault. Jade's going for Jaded. Gets it. 1, 2. Nia makes the save. Oh, is she pinning her? Naomi kind of flipped over. For a second, it looked like she was pinning Jade. Jade's having to readjust a little bit. Oh. Tell you what, those breasts, they're only staying under wraps by a wing and a prayer. There's a few times they've made a break for freedom. Naomi grabbing the leg there of Jade. We got Nia on that middle. Right, crossbody. Oh! Double crossbody. Down goes Naomi. Down goes Jade. Jade gets her shoulder up. She tries for Naomi. Oh my God, did you see that? Jade rolled into... The ref went 1, 2, and Jade sort of rolled, and he was like... He couldn't quite... I think she sort of stopped him from counting the 3. That was quite clever, actually. It was not intentional. It was like a bit of a botch, really, but it's quite clever to actually roll in the way to prevent the 3. Rather than breaking up the pin, roll where the ref's counting. It's quite good. Ah, look at that Samoan drop off that middle rope. Nia Jax 1, 2. Jade with a big splash. Oh my God. 2. Kick out. Jesus. Jesus. There's women everywhere. Women absolutely everywhere. My God. You know, like those courses where, like, bad drivers have to, like, be told to be better drivers. Just like those courses, there are women everywhere. Big boot there by Jades. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Days, WWE Vault is doing a stream of the 2010 Money in the Bank. Oh, really? Well, maybe we'll do that this weekend. Maybe we'll do that. Melman said, this isn't bad. Taker 1990 said, Days, do we think WWE will do a PLE in Japan? Yes, at some point, yes. At some point, yes. Riley said, Days, when do you think that we will get the Wyatt Sicks? I don't know when. I think we will get them at some point tonight, but I don't know when. Ian said, Days, you're a menace. Let's go. Oh, Bush, she annihilates Jade. Roll up. Jade's got annihilated. Nia's pinned. 2. Naomi wins. Let's go. Naomi gets the job done in a pretty fun match, honestly. Pretty fun match. Right, match score. Naomi in the entranceway has qualified for Money in the Bank. So no Jades. Jade has been... That's kind of a surprise. What you gonna say now? She's fired up, mate. Here's Solo. Here's Jacob. Here's JC. We're backstage. R-Truth talking to little Jimmy. Something you want to say to me? JC stepping up to our truth. I've never seen you a day before. Is this your son? Is this your son? Can I take your husky son to the ring? Our truth thought that JC was Solo's husky son. Jacob's got his own business to take care of. Yeah, know what I mean? Oh, our truth when, honestly, sometimes he can be a little bit repetitive. The joke can be worth. Sometimes like that, he's just gold, isn't he? Coming up tonight, we've got Cody Rhodes and John Cena face to face. Trippy said, Jacob looks more like my mate Billy than my mate Billy does. You've got a mate that looks like Jacob. Dude. Never change our truth, says James. Christopher, hello. Days, I am wondering. What are you wondering, Christopher? Truth is the absolute truth. Love him, says Leanne. Big boned. Big boned. Fatu was fighting that laughter, says Antonio. A lot of people do, don't they, when our truth's around? Mackenzie said, you should take the beanie off and show us your hair. Do you know what? My hair had a lovely day of breathing in oxygen yesterday. I was outside all day. Do you know, I almost did not wear this because you can see I'm a little bit red. Look how red I am. A little bit red. It's okay. It's okay. My face, do you know what? It was really weird. I was actually sat outside at the cricket because I'm English. And I was at the cricket yesterday and I was watching England play. And the weather didn't know what it wanted to do. Sometimes it was like threatened to rain. Then there'd be a breeze and you're like, oh, it's a bit cold. So you'd put your coat on. Then the sun would come out and you'd be like, I'm flipping melting. But at no point did I feel it on my face. It was always my neck. I was like, oh, mate, I'm going to burn here. I'm going to burn. Did not feel it on my face at all. And then I've woke up today and my face is a bit red and I'm like, how's that happened? Where's that? I don't remember this. It's the breeze, isn't it? The breeze, it's deceptive. There was a lovely breeze. But had that not have been there, I would have felt it. So stay safe, kids. This summer, stay safe. Our truth is comedy gold, said Catherine. We are at an ad break. Mr. B said, Days, I still think you're reddish from looking at a new phone case. Well, maybe. Perhaps I have been looking at a few phone cases today. It's actually the sun, but you need to put some tanning butter on, said Jamie. Mate, I was out in Birmingham, which is like middle of England, yeah? I mean, historically, England is not a very sunny place. And if you're going to get the sun, obviously the further south you go, the more chance you have got of getting it. So I'm in the middle of England in May. I did not expect to burn or catch the sun, but hey, that's what happens when you don't leave your house. Too many phone cases, says Porky Pig. Zach said, Days, I said, what time is what's up, what's up? Zach, hello, my friends. That R-Truth match, I don't know when we're going to have it. Might be after the break. But it'll be a way of showcasing JC, won't it? So JC going to be in action tonight, taking on R-Truth. That should be okay. We've had 35 minutes of the show so far. We've still got 2 hours, 20 odd to go. And obviously we've got Cody Rhodes, John Cena, face to face. The Beach Kevin said, are you going to go to the final Black Sabbath show in Birmingham? I thought they'd already done it, but I'm not a massive Black Sabbath fan, to be honest. I like some of their tracks, but not enough to probably not enough to go along and watch them. So yeah, no, not. I love UB40. That's my favourite. Well, I love Ocean Colour Scene as well, actually. Ocean Colour Scene, UB40. Those are my Birmingham bands. Black Sabbath, nothing but respect. Love a few of their tracks, but I've never dug enough into their discography, honestly, to like really be a fan. But there's a healthy respect there, of course there is. But I thought they'd done their last show years ago at the NEC. Are they doing another one, are they? See, it's hard, isn't it? Some people just can't say goodbye. It's hard. They're basically the Ric Flair of music. They just can't say goodbye. I'd imagine that's at the NEC, isn't it? I'd guess that's probably at the same place that I saw my first show. And oh, what's this? Chelsea Green? She's got a mask on, hasn't she? Look. Oh, yeah. Because of her nose, she's wearing a protective mask. Look. Oh, my God. Look how bad it is. Has that got makeup on, do you think, to make it look worse? Mate, that is so bad. Yeah, she's not medically cleared at the moment. I love how they're covering her face with, like, how she used to look. Albert Zelina. There we go. It's going to be Alba against Zelina. Mate, I wonder if that was, like, made up to look even worse. Because it looked really, really bad. Here's Tiffany. We've got some screens in the background. I don't think they're Wyatt Sicks related, but obviously we're keeping an eye out for anything. Here's Tiffany. Let's be honest, Byron. Whoever tries to cash in on me will be making a big mistake. Here's Naomi. You ain't seen nothing yet. I'm going to win Money in the Bank, says Naomi. Naomi with Money in the Bank would be great. If we're not going to pull the trigger on this version of Naomi, I seriously don't know when we're going to. Alexa! Don't be worried about her. Worry about me. Don't worry about her, worry about me, says Alexa. And Alexa walks away. Doesn't feel like Alexa's with the Wyatt Sicks at the moment. Okay, Worlds Collide coming up. They're just talking about Worlds Collides. Oh, you absolute boomer. Okay, they're just having a look at the Javon Evans, Ray Phoenix, Laredo Kid, Ethan Page match. That was made on Tuesday. Should be very exciting. The young OG, look at him. Christopher said, why is there not so much sun in the UK? It's just because where the UK is. I mean, it's quite high up on the globe, isn't it? It's probably quite in line with, like, New York. Like, you know, level. So, I mean, if we were, like, further down, kind of where Spain is and Portugal, you know, you get a lot of sun there. And that's probably more in line with Mexico, Florida sort of level. But we're a little higher up. So it's just where we are on the globe. But because of global warming, finding that our summers are I mean, it feels like every year we break the record for our hottest day. So, you know, actually, there's been a lot of change over the last 20, 30 years. It does feel like our summers now, you can really get, you know, you can get a tan now in the UK in the summer. And we don't get quite, I don't know the numbers, but it doesn't feel like it rains as much as it used to. It doesn't feel like we get as much snow as we used to. Feels like the summers are warmer than they used to be. I feel like climate change, global warming has definitely changed things in the UK. I've not seen any numbers to kind of support that. It's just how it feels. It doesn't feel like we get snow as much, rain. Still get a fair bit of rain, of course we do. But I don't know, as much as we used to. I certainly don't remember our summers being as good as they are now. I mean, it was warm, it was pleasant yesterday. But yeah, no one's coming on holiday over here to flip in, get the sun. Unless you want the newspaper. R-Truth making his way into the ring. Right. Ozzy is retiring, said Jay. What's up? What's up? What's up? R-Truth then making his way down to the ring. I think the 80s were warmer, says David. I would not remember. I'm only 21. Days, maybe Triple H should come up with at least one gimmick for someone, as we never know if it would be a success. Sometimes you have to be creative with how a wrestler should be portrayed. Thoughts? What do you mean by come up with a gimmick? Do you mean like something OTT? Something like an Undertaker, Wyatt Sicks type thing? Maybe. I'm trying to think if he has kind of done that with anyone. I mean, you could say like Naomi's got a bit of a gimmick at the moment with the proceed with caution sort of being a bit unhinged. You could say that Nakamura's got a bit of a gimmick with his new entrance music and presentation. You could say that El Grande Americano is a gimmick. So I don't know. Off the top of my head, you know, there's a couple of things there that I could say he's probably played a part in. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's got much appetite to kind of go big or go with, like, something we would have seen, you know, from, like, an Undertaker or a Friar Ferguson or a Bastion Booger. But they didn't work. Undertaker did. But, yeah, I don't know. I think it's hard. I think everything's, like, so much more now volume-wise. It's so hard. Like, I think music's harder than it used to be. I think gimmicks are harder than they used to be, because how many wrestlers do they get through? I mean, if you look at Raw, SmackDown, NXT, Evolve, people at the Performance Center, like, you think everyone needs music, everyone needs graphics, everyone needs to stand out, everyone needs... Do you know what I mean? Like, it's hard, isn't it? It's difficult. How do you make these people stand out? How do you give them something that makes them different to other people on the roster? And I think it's really difficult. It's hard to make, you know, 200 odd pieces of music every year and 200 different gimmicks every year. And I think they've really kind of found themselves in a bit of a groove where they just try to enhance. I think they sit down and speak to you about who you are, and they try to find a way of kind of enhancing that about you. So if you're an MMA fighter or you got an MMA background, like, say, Nikita Lyons or Lola Vice, they try to make that part of your presentation. If you are maybe a bit more business-minded, then they might lean into that, like Kiana James. I think they just try to exaggerate. I mean, it might be that Wendy Chu said she enjoys sleeping a lot, and so they took that as a gimmick for her. And so that's why she's got the gimmick that she's got. I know that Vince did that with Peyton Royce, and he was like, tell me about yourself. And she didn't have anything to provide other than she likes to watch TV. And that was all she could provide. There wasn't really anything there. And she said in an interview she thinks that contributed to her losing a job, because that was an opportunity to really get sat down with Vince and really find a character and find a way forward, and she had nothing to offer. And she thinks that might have left a bad impression and contributed to her release. Obviously, don't know if it was or wasn't, but that seems to be how they go about finding characters now for people, because there's just so many that you got to do. Here's Truth then, Truth in the ring. Days, we're going to get Rey Fenix and Javon versus Los Garza, said Logansby. Let's go. Robbie said, UK, top 5 favourite countries I've been to. Oh, really, Robbie? Oh, that's nice. That's nice. It's always interesting to know how people find it from a tourist point of view. I mean, London, obviously full of tourists. And, you know, obviously people want to see Big Ben and the Tower Bridge and, you know, go have a look around London. It's one of those where you hope people have a nice time. But, well, you know, the UK's got its problems like everywhere else, you know. We've got crime and, you know, the trains don't run on time and, you know, the food's got a reputation for not being the best. And so you never quite know how people find it. But, yeah, if you've been over and you had a great time, that's brilliant. I think there's a lot of great things to see and do in London in particular, but you can venture out to other places. We've got obviously some nice places to go to in Cambridge, Oxford's, Bristol's quite nice, Bath's quite nice, York's quite nice. You can go to Liverpool, Beatles Museum, Manchester, go to the football. There's lots to do, lots to see. It's just don't come for the weather. That's what I would say. Don't book it thinking that you're going to get great weather. You won't be disappointed then. Right, let's end this poll, shall we? Jade versus Nia versus Naomi. Okay, score-wise, 42-9. That means that was great 51. Oh, people really like that match. Oh, that's good. Okay, now we got JC versus R-Truth. And we're already 50 minutes into the show tonight. JC looking to charge over. R-Truth moves out the way. And nice work there by R-Truth. R-Truth not just getting squash shoulder barge there. Isn't this crazy? We got Jeff Cobb versus R-Truth. Big shot there by JC. JC goes down thanks to a shoulder barge there by R-Truth. R-Truth picking up JC lands on R-Truth. Standing moonsault there by JC. And R-Truth being kept grounded. Robbie said Bakewell is one of my favourites. Chatsworth House. Oh, I don't know of this. I know Bakewell is, if you say Bakewell in the UK, we think of the Tarts, which is not a group of ladies. It is a little cake thing, a Bakewell tart. It's like a little cake. So I would only imagine that that's where it originated from. Outside of that, I don't have much to provide about Bakewell. It's not a place I think I've ever been to. I mean, it's not a big place. It's not a city. It's going to be... Oh, hello, what's going on out here? We got the legs going there by Solo. Oh, we got loads of those kind of houses, stately homes and whatever. Oh, planted there by JC. 2, 3. And it's a win. Not much to that match. It's a win for JC. Castles and stately homes. Tripping over them, mate. Flipping everywhere. Let's get match scores. Headbutt there by JC. JC, and is someone going to come to Truth's Aids? Yeah, they are. It's going to be Jimmy. Jimmy is coming to make the save. Jimmy coming down with a chair. Gets in the ring. Solo back in the... Look at Solo. Flipping scared. Witless. He wanted to bring Jimmy in, didn't he? Wasn't he talking about getting Big Jim in? Me and you. Whoa, 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 whoa. I mean, they are brothers. They are brothers. JC from behind. Jimmy goes down. Is he going to stop? Yeah, he's stopping him. Stop. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you doing? What are you doing? Look at the emoting. So he just spared him there. Solo did say he wanted Jimmy brought in. Yeah, look, I want it. He wants Big Jim home. He wants Big Jim home. Okay, we're backstage with the Street Profits. Montez. Now, this could be interesting because Wyatt Sicks attacked last week. If the Wyatt Sicks are going to make their presence felt, it might be in this segment. You'd imagine it will be. It may be the Wyatt Sicks next. Taker 1990 said Days Naomi won't win Money in the Bank. She's got too much heat with Jade and Bianca. Jade or Bianca might cost Naomi the Money in the Bank match. Maggie, shout out to you, said she can't live without her tribal chief. Jimmy made this match. To be honest, I wasn't even paying attention. Well, Dark Angel, thank you for your honesty. Metal Mama said Wyatt! Blue World Sonic said our truth is 53 years old. Oh my God, that's nearly 3 times my age. Ellis Dub said this might sound weird, but Jeff Cobb being presented as the stoic killer is such a lame, watered down version of him. The Cobb rollout has been terrible so far. He's so limited and scaled back. He does feel that way. He does feel that way. I must say he's not blowing my mind since coming in. James, number 2 for James at the moment as well. This whole ranking thing is a bit weird, isn't it? Well, I still don't quite understand how you get the points. I think it's to do with the amount of comments that you get and whatever. We read it, didn't we? How do you get on the leaderboards? You need to collect experience points. So it says send live chat messages. It says about super chats and super stickers, but I don't think that's important. I don't know that it makes a big difference. I think the more you comment, the more you climb up the leaderboard. So at the moment, it's got Christopher at 1, James at 2, your MF at 3, Joe at 4, and Cynthia at 5. So I don't know. I don't know if we like it or not. I think you can turn it off. So just keep it for a bit, see how people feel. If it's mid and boring, we can just turn it off. But James at number 2 at the moment says our truth never ages. Bob said, please don't worry about the experience. It will just encourage folk to spam the chat. But that's true, actually. Putting in messages just for the sake of it. That would be a downside, wouldn't it? I sort of like the fact they've introduced this, though. I like the fact there's a little game, there's a little something in the chat. I like that. That's good. That's a positive. Anything that makes the chat more engaging is obviously a big thumbs up, so that's good. But I agree. It could lead to just spam and it not being... We'll keep an eye on it. We can always turn it off. I think you can turn it off anyway. I did see a thing. If you click on it, I did see something somewhere. If there, yeah, learn more or turn it off in the help center. So we can turn it off if needed. But from what I understand, it's from comments that you send on the live stream, said Bishop. I believe so. Days, here's a little fun fact. The theme song for Worlds Collide is the Los Lotharios first theme song that was unreleased. I guess WWE likes to reuse themes for PLEs now. Maybe. I mean, music is music, isn't it? If they feel like it fits, then yeah, why not? Here we've got Cody on his bus talking to Brandy. I'm looking forward to watching this. When does it air? When does it actually get shown? What do you want to talk about? Season... Oh, now. Oh, it's up. Okay. Season premiere available now. Well, there we go. You can watch it now. Don't watch it right now, because we might be getting the Wyatt Sicks. So don't watch it right now. But it is available now. John Cena, Cody Rhodes coming up tonight. Robbie said the Duke of Devonshire's house and Pride and Prejudice. Oh, is that where that was filmed, was it? Very nice. I'd imagine a lot of people want to visit the Downton Abbey house as well and all of that. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm not a Pride and Prejudice stan. I've never actually seen it. It's surprising considering all that kind of Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice, you know, all those kind of Downton Abbey, The Crown. I don't give a flip about any of that. Not my bag, but it is other people's bag. And if you're into that stuff, I'm sure we've got lots of wonderful places to visit. I'm more about the streets. I'm more about the gang life than I am about the 18th century. Here's Street Profits, but I hope you had a good time, my friend. Matt Carney said, Days, what the art of long story, how to let it build whilst keeping interest. Any particular ones come to mind? Bloodline. I think Bloodline's the best story WWE have ever told, and that was over 4 years. I think, honestly, you need cliffhangers, you need developments, you need characters, you need to explore relationships. I think with Bloodline, we did a good job of when Roman's around, letting the other characters shine, exploring those relationships, putting obstacles in the way, developing those relationships, having things build in regards to like Jay hating Sammy built to moments, big moments where Sammy looked like he was going to get kicked out that group quite a few times actually. And that was just a side story. Well, the main story is Roman trying to keep his belts. But then you've got Usos trying to get their belts. And you had all these like little things going on. So, yeah, I would say like there's a lot that goes in. It's like a TV show, really. It's like Walking Dead. You want your cliffhangers, your character development, your side quests, your main story. This is why they try and hire TV writers, isn't it? This is why they want you to have TV experience. Okay, Street Profits are in the ring. Jay said, Days, thanks for all the work you do. Jay, I don't do any work, mate. But thanks for thinking I do. Thanks for thinking this is work. No, Jay, shout out to you, but appreciate it. Okay, we would happily defend these tag championships against anybody, and those anybodies are about to make their way out. I believe this is Fraxium, and it is. The graphics appear on screen. Fraxium are here. Fresh off of being murked last week. Fraxium making their way down to the ring. Nathan Frazier, Axiom, combined to make Fraxium. It does sound like an AI track, that. We didn't exactly get a fair shake last week. You guys are on a roll. We kind of had you beat. It is a shame that Wyatt's got involved and interrupted this match. Fraxium and the Street Profits should run it back. Okay, this is bringing out Motor City. I can't hear raise your fist. Have we abandoned that? You've never beaten us. So these guys want a title shot as well. Of course, that's going to bring out DIY. Now, we've got all the victims from last week. It's Candice as well. And Candice has been the target for Nikki. So Candice has kind of gone with Nia, isn't she? She's now with DIY. Yeah, shut up, Candice. Do us all a favour and shut up, Candice. You shut up. It's obvious. There's a conspiracy. Wyatt Sicks getting a mention. We don't talk about them. I actually don't mind Ciampa, you know, with his beard shaved down a bit. Now that it's starting to come back through a little bit. Look how ripped he is. The light's going to go. Moment of silence. We're doing a moment of silence. Lights have gone. Lights have gone out. The Wyatts are going to... I think... Oh, there they are. There's Howdy. Howdy in the corner. Oh, there's Loomis. Rowan on the outside. Bang! Down go Motor City. Once again, they're going after faces. Not just heels. No one is safe here. Fraxium in the ring. Gacy. Bang! Down go Fraxium. I really do need this explained. I really do need to know why we're murking everyone. What is the... There is Nikki. Nikki collides onto Candice. Nikki going after Candice. Howdy has got Nathan Frazier. Nathan Frazier. Oh, mate, he took that so well. He took that Sister Abigail so well. Spiked him. So just like last week, we lay out all of these teams. It wasn't just that we made a slight mistake and we just sent them. We've gone after everyone again. And it is more of the same. I'm going to need this explaining. We've done exactly the same as we did last week. But I would sort of love to know why. Are we going to, are we going to do like a vignette later? Or are we going to do something later? Because I don't know how well received it's going to be if you just do the exact same thing you did last week again. I've got to think they've got a little summit coming up later, a little vignette later. Sort of would like to know what the flip's going on, to be honest. I mean, welcome back and everything, but why are you going after Motor City? Why are you going after Fraxium? That wasn't the mission objective before. We were going after people that deserved it. We were going after people that had done things wrong. Make it make sense. I'm sure it'll be fine. No team is safe, says Mike. But why, Mike? Why? This isn't what we were doing before, Mike. This isn't what we were doing before. I think Money in the Bank match. What next? I don't care, said Metal Mama. I'm just happy to see them, and Howdy's hair is so much better. That's it. We're focused on the big things. Howdy's hair. It's looking lush. Days, which two of the Wyatts should go after the tag belts? I think it probably should be Rowan and Gacy. I think that Dexter has done a little summer on his own. I think he's done a little summer on his own before. So I think that he could do something on his own again. Rowan did do stuff on his own, but I mean, it didn't work. He got released, and I sort of feel like he was at his best when he was like a heavy in the background. I think Gacy can break away, but he was an NXT talent. It's probably going to take a bit of work. So yeah, I sort of feel like I would have Rowan and Gacy. There's a nice little big guy dynamic there as well. Have those two. And then I'd have Dexter go after a mid-card belt. Howdy go after a top title, hopefully. Eventually, Gacy will break away and go on to do, you know, big things in the future. I think that, you know, he was a bit different down in NXT. He was the leader of Schism. They had some stuff lined up for him in NXT. They liked him. But, yeah, that's the way I would go. I would have Dexter Lumis do stuff now, Gacy in the future, Rowan be a tag partner, Howdy as the leader. Big tag match at Money in the Bank. Wyatt Sicks PLE debut, ? Said who flies. Well, maybe. Perhaps it's going to lead to them being involved with all the different teams. Largest WWE crowd ever for Knoxville, is it? Sign in the crowd said it's Nia Jax time. Here's all these people going crazy. What are they looking at? Are they looking at a drone? They must be, mustn't they? There must be a drone that's just sort of hovering. That'd be weird, wouldn't it? Imagine being in the crowd and there's a drone that's just sort of hovering there. Okay, we're just seeing a replay. Oh, we've got to get more. We're surely going to hear from them. They've completely wiped out every top team. Oh, God, he sold that so well. He took that at Abigail so well. So many questions, says Wade. Here's Legato. Legato. Berto's in as well. Okay, Legato. Legato. It will be a little disappointing if that's all we get. If all we get tonight from the... Oh, Ethan. Oh, my God. Nails and NY is going to explode. Nails and NY has just fainted. She's literally the biggest Ethan Page fan. Ethan Page sat in a chair on SmackDown with that... oh, God, that match was so good on Tuesday as well. That North American Championship ending was so good. Okay, so this is just a way of building up the match at Worlds Collide. It's a fatal four-way. Okay, that last match, JC and R-Truth gets good 91. Ray Phoenix. Did we say that Javon's going to be on? This boy is bouncy. Mate, if you've not seen NXT and you've not watched Javon Evans, you are so in for a treat. You are so in for a treat. Here's Ray Phoenix. Days, if we look at the journal, maybe something could be in there. I think people would tell us if something was, honestly. Why isn't Ethan on the main roster? He needs to be, said Krista. Oh, he will be. He will be. I think there's a good chance he gets called up relatively soon. I don't know if they'll give him another run with the NXT Championship, but you know, he's got loads of experience. He's not in NXT to learn how to wrestle. We're just trying to get a bit of a character, a bit of momentum. I think his NXT time has been good. I wasn't keen at the start, but he's grown on me. Like, the way we've used him has been good in recent months. And his match he had on Tuesday was excellent. I saw WrestleMania 41. How come Kevin wasn't at Mania for the Randy match? He was injured. He got injured. Flint. He's unfortunately out for a long time. Here we go, look. The young OG getting a full entrance. This boy is bouncy. The young OG, man. He's got to be feeling the nerves here. He is on SmackDown. Oh, God, I hope this goes well for him. He is so high risk. I hope this goes well. He is bouncy. He is a star. This guy. Let's go. I'm so excited for Javon. Oh, mate, he's gonna be reaching into that bag of tricks, isn't he? He's gonna be reaching into that bag of tricks. He's gonna want people to remember the name. Mate, some of the stuff he can do, you just won't believe. You just won't believe. Is on the outside. He's young as well. He's like 20. Oh, God, I'm so excited for the young OG. Shot coming in there by Phoenix. Phoenix and Angel are starting us off. I think it really is in WWE's best interest to use the Gazas in the full-time tag division. There's something there with them, said Alistair. Big boot roll through there by Phoenix. Gets caught on the shoulders. We're an hour and 13 minutes into the show, so we're sneaking our way to the halfway point. We've still got John Cena, Cody Rhodes. Here's the young OG. Against the ropes. Rolls up. Look at that. Already. Against the ropes. Oh, kick to the midsection. Berto. Big clubbing blow. Go on, OG. Go on, OG. Working on the arm. Duck underneath. Going against the ropes. OG rolling back. Berto. Oh, crossbody gets caught. 1, 2. Young OG kicks out. Berto standing over Javon. Javon on the feet. Inzaguri connects. Berto against the ropes. Young OG on the rope. Bouncing. Top rope. Taking him over. Lovely work. Going up. Big drop kick. Berto to the outsides. Oh, missed that, but into a cutter. Oh, gets it. Go on, OG. Go on, Javon. Tag being made. In comes Phoenix. Phoenix. Javon. Against the rope. Stuck underneath. Kick to the midsection. Big boot. Lovely teamwork. Oh, mate. From the top. Into a super kick there by Berto. Berto goes down. Phoenix with the pin. 2. Kind of felt like they were setting up Javon to go to the outsides. He does tend to do that, like suicide dives and everything. He gets some excellent speeds. Suicide dives, you see them all the time, but sometimes they're a bit wispy. When Javon does them, he's like a bullet out of a gun. Really, like, the only other person I've seen do suicide dives that well is Darby Allin. I think Darby Allin's suicide dives are excellent. Because he doesn't give a flip and he goes 100 miles an hour and it makes the move look so good. Javon is cut from that same cloth. Shot coming in there by Berto. And again, nice side headlock there by Javon. Javon and I are from the same town. I trained at Firestar P-Dub for a period. And I got to step in the same ring as Javon one day at training. Really? I'll never stop telling that story. I've never heard you tell that story. You stepped in the ring with Javon Evans at Firestar Pro. You've never told me this. LSW, are you making that up to seem like to become popular? What's going on? We've been watching Javon for ages. I've never heard you tell me that story. I mean, I do try to ignore you, so that could be a factor. Kicks coming in there by Los Garza. LS Dub should have been Evans's greatest opponent, said Austin. Austin, hello. Hope you're well, my friends. I heard that's why he moved to NXT, was to get away from LS Dub. That's what the streets were saying. Javon couldn't handle the smoke. That's why they call him LS Dub. Yeah. Right now, we've got Javon on the outside. Against the ropes goes. Big kick there by Angel. Big kick by Angel. William said Austin gets a hello and Days ignores me all night. Right now, back to the action. Javon is dangling outside the ring. Zach said, should I buy a Javon Evans shirt? If you love Javon and enjoy his work, then yes. Otherwise, I would say no. I would say get the shirts of the wrestlers that you enjoy watching. But listen, the young OG. I think you're right to stan him. He's young. He's very flashy in the ring, but he's very credible as well. What I love about him is he does all that showy stuff, but the connection is so good. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't just do it and then the connection is like a bit wispy. Like, he does it and he lands, he connects. He brings everything. He'll be a great star. You can't ignore him. Big boot coming in. I feel like his selling is really good as well. He's special. He is special. Trying to reach over, trying to make that tag. I'm more excited about him than I am Carmelo. Another shot coming in there by Javon again. He's desperately trying to reach. Look at him. Look at the facial expressions. Duck underneath. Javon again trying to jump but gets caught. You can see at the moment he's really trying to make that tag. You can understand the story. He's struggling. He's trying to tag out. He's reaching with every fiber of his body. This reminds me a lot of when Javon used to have matches against LS Dub and he'd be getting murked and he'd be desperate to get out that ring. And you could tell that he was like, reaching for the tag. He didn't want any more of that smoke. And I think he's really channeling those experiences right now, which is why it's so convincing that he's trying to get out of there. Right now, look at this by Angel. He's going to jump back, going to plant him, goes over to the corner, tag being made. Berto going up. Down goes Javon. Berto going for the cover. 1, 2. Javon's going to kick out, and he does, but only just. Only just. Berto not impressed with that count. Right now he's got Javon in the middle of the ring. He's keeping him grounded. This boy is bouncy. But he's not that bouncy when he's being kept on the ground. Javon, look at his face. Look at the facials, struggling. Trying to get out. Trying to get up to his feet. Trying to find a way of making that tag. Phoenix over in the corner. Javon being dragged back. He is digging deep. Nice. Manages to get out of that. Jumps over. Can he make it? Not quite. Not quite. He's being dragged back. He's so desperate for this tag. His fingertips. Oh my God. Bang. Super kick. Berto down. This is the opening Javon needed. Go on, young OJ. Make the tag. Make the tag. Tag him. Tag him. Tag him. Here we go. Hot tag. Boom. In comes Phoenix. Big shots coming in there by Phoenix. Duck underneath. Middle rope. Big air. Takes Angel over into a stomper. Lovely kick to the midsection. Quick kicks and an enziguri. Take that, you boomer. Down goes Berto. Phoenix using Berto to take down. Jesus, there was legs everywhere. Lovely little takedown there. Going over to the corner. Oh, lovely kick. Shot to the midsection there by Phoenix. And again. Angel, God, you just wouldn't know what was coming from where, would you? Moonsault! Ah! 1, 2, Berto makes the save. If you're standing in there, you got kicks, shots, bodies. Tag being made. Big boot there by Phoenix. Down goes Berto. Kick to the midsection. Down goes. Here's the Young OG. Big air. Big air by the Young OG. Go on, Javon. Just got kicked in the face. Everyone's down. Pretty fun, honestly. I'm probably a bit more invested because I want to see the Young OG do well. Phoenix and Javon versus Lars Garza. It's doing great. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." We do know crowds are a bit quick to get to that chant, but I'd be chanting, "This is pretty fun. This is pretty fun." Chop coming in there by Angel. The height Javon gets on his cutter is legendary, said Wrestle Rants. Nothing less than the best cutter ever. Austin Trini saying Days isn't hot is worse than Stephanie losing to JC. Don't worry about Austin. Trini's just in denial. You know, like when you're at school and you're like, yeah, no, I don't, that person's not that hot. But actually, you think they are. We all know the truth, mate. You should see what she says in the DMs. You should see the pictures I get. 1, 2... Kick out there by Javon. That was a big power bomb. Big power bomb. I miss when the audience wouldn't chant "This is awesome" every match. Hang on, what did she say? Days is an attractive man, young man. I admit, all jokes aside, in a Napoleon Dynamite kind of... What? What do you mean in a Napoleon Dynamite kind of way? Oh, God, that's the worst. Because there is a compliment in there. Sort of. But there's also a bigger insult. It's very well structured. That's a master at work right there. That's a master. Trini is a master at work. Here's Javon. Look at that! What? Look at the heights. Oh, my God. He needed to buy a plane ticket for that. Are you looking at me? Are you looking at the champ? Ethan having a few words with Javon. Phoenix saying, leave it. Leave it. We've all had a drink. Leave it. Right now, back in the ring goes Legado. Oh, Phoenix. Into Javon. Phoenix. Into the commentary table. Super kick. Down goes Ethan. Back in the ring goes Javon. Over to the outside goes Angel. Roll up there by Berto. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Here's Berto. Duck underneath. Javon. Top rope. This boy is back. Oh, he didn't get all of it. He got some of it. Poof. The Young OG. Oh my God. Look at Santos. Santos jumped up on the edge of the ring and he was like, do you like this, baby? Have you seen this? He was trying to distract the ref. Javon up in the air. That might do it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, God. And they pinned Javon as well. Why did they do that to him? God, I love that from Santos, though. Jumping on the edge of the ring, flashing the guns. He's like, do you like this? He was flexing to the female ref. I want to know what she said. We need to ask Ref Daff what she said back to Santos when he was flirting with her. She might let us know on Twitter. She might tell us. She's very active on Twitter. Should we ask her? Let's ask her. Ref Daff, isn't it? Ref Daff. I don't know if I'll find her. Oh, what's this interruption? Here we go. This is what we needed. This is what we needed. We won't stop. We won't stop. Not till we get what's owed. That's what we needed. We needed some sort of explanation. We won't stop until we get what's owed. So until they get what they're after, everyone's getting murked. So what are they owed? What are they owed? I mean, they're owed a lot, to be honest. They haven't had much in 2025. But do they want a match with DIY and Candice? What is it that they're looking for? Is it a tag title shot? What do they want? But at least we know that they're not going to stop till they get what they're owed. It's just, what are they owed? Yeah, okay, I feel a little better. I feel a little better. I got to start recording the show again. God damn it, said Metal Mama. God damn it. See, you lot were distracted talking about how attractive I am. I was going to say I was. Still attractive. And then flipping Wyatt Sicks, but you've got to be on your ball. That ref is absolutely useless. You see it all the time with her, said Thomas. Oh yeah, I was doing that, but then the Wyatt Sicks arrived. Oh gods. I can't do everything. I'd like to know what she said though. Do you think she said like put him away or something like that? I'm not interested. I'm a married woman. I don't even know if she is. I wonder if there was any little Easter eggs in there. I didn't notice anything. But there could be, you know, the Wyatt Sicks. They could have put a little something in there. There could be a little message that goes out tonight as well. You never know. They're owed something, but what are they owed? What are they owed? Octavia, Lisa Brown, shout out to you. Said, community family, please hit that like button. Let's show Days some love. Well, you've shown me love by being here. Certainly after I was kind of out the picture yesterday, which is weird because we don't really do much on the channel on a Thursday. We do a member stream and we do the web. But I suppose it's the lack of unseens, isn't it? You know, the Twitter problem has obviously meant that we haven't done unseen in about a week. So, I don't know. People might have stopped loving us. So it is lovely to see people around. And unseen will return, by the way. It might be a little delayed tonight because I've literally done no work on it. But I can do work on it. That's the important thing. There are folders that are back. So we'll get something. How would you react if you decoded the next Wyatt Sicks message and it said, we're coming for you, Days. You're going to be the next victim. I'd be quite excited because I'd be like, oh, I think I'm going to get a chance to meet them. It's hard to come after me if I'm not going to meet you. So I'd be like, oh, that'd be nice. I'm sure we can work it out, you know. I'd just be like, I'm sorry if I've said anything that's upset you. I'm actually on your side. I actually want the best for you, so I don't think coming after me is the right way forward. But let's talk about it. I've got some crumpets and some tea. And we could have a good chat. And I'll be like, could I get a picture? Because it'll do very well on social media. I think the community would enjoy it if we just got a picture. So I'd feel confident we could work it out, honestly. I'd feel confident we could work it out. It was a big misunderstanding. And I'd be hoping I could get a picture, one of them Whataburger pictures. I'd be wanting one of them. They seem like very reasonable people to me. Right, here is Zelina. Here's Zelina. Cringerov said, Days, you are sexy, and you've got a very sexy accent. Thank you, Cringe Wolf. Or should I say, Trin's burner account? Okay, here is the Hervis. And here's Chelsea. That hot mess line is quite accurate right now, isn't it? Considering how busted her face is. Nasty, nasty Bruce. But I don't know if it's not a bit of makeup to make it look more dramatic, you know. Slagent A. Are we calling her Alba or Slagent A? No, we're calling her Alba. I'm calling her Slagent A. So Chelsea making her way down with Slagent P and Slagent A. They're calling her Mrs. Hideous. Who's calling her Mrs. Hideous? How does that even make sense? Make America green again sign. Zelina. Boom. Gets hit there by Alba. Goes down. Slick said it's all about Papa Shango. It's all about Papa Shango. What? Oh, what's going on? Black screen. Was that a wardrobe malfunction? Well, if it was, it must have been Zelina. I don't think it was. Why did we get a black screen? We had some black screens the other day, actually, and I don't think they were wardrobe malfunctions either. Maybe it was. Perhaps she got her baps out. Right now, we've got Alba. We're reversed. Oh, Slagent A goes over. Going for the cover. One. Just a one. Just a one. Zelina in control. In control. Side headlock. Bad language. Oh, is that what it is? Bad language on sign. Oh, my God. That results in a black screen now. Does it? Oh, jeez. Well, they must confiscate those really quick then. Shot coming in there by Slagent A. Well, what did it say? We didn't have a black screen. Oh, what did you have then? What was it? Was it a bad sign? Was it a swear words? CJ said the Wyatts are here to stay. I love it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Days, I've sent you Nails and NY, that clip. She told me to tell you that she did explode and fainted, and then she got back up again. She only ever sends me anything to do with Ethan. Or Ren, actually. She knows that I like Happy Ren's Day. And so anything to do with Ren, she'll send me some, but Ethan most of the time. So it's word association again, James. Like how I'm trying to fix that with you. I'm trying to get it so that whenever I think of lovely, cute, I think James Chadwick. That's what I'm trying to get to. I'm not there yet. But whenever it's Ethan, I always think of Nails and NY. Joe said the Wyatts are owed a day's membership. It's up to King Yeti to save you. Oh, is that what it is? They're going to keep attacking people until they get a Wrestling Days membership. That would check out, actually. That would make sense. I could believe they enjoy the channel. We're very complimentary of them. I can't see a reason why they wouldn't. There's a lot of channels out there that gave up. We never gave up. We just stopped getting hyped for they might be on the show, you know, so we didn't get disappointed. So I could believe that they enjoy the community and want to spend a bit more time with you lot. Yeah, that checks out, actually. That checks out. Oh my God, if they play the faction game, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. If they join the members side and play the tag team game and the faction game, whoo, mates, you lot are in trouble. You lot are in trouble. We're all in trouble. Yes, Joe, shout out to you, my friend. I think you've nailed that. I think you've absolutely called that one. If they are watching, I'd just like to say you are welcome. You're welcome to join the members side anytime. Yay, a new Wyatt Sicks video, said Final Boomer. Stanton said, Days, when are you turning heel like Mr. McMahon? You need to be yourself. I am heel. If for some reason you get face vibes from me, then there's been a miscommunication. I am a heel. I'm not looking to move away from that anytime soon. Days, Little Jimmy will cost Solo the Money in the Bank match, said Taker 1990. Wrestling Russ said, I love the Make America Green sign again. Donald said, Days, do we think the Wyatts want a PLE title match? Well, I don't think so. They weren't motivated by belts before, were they? They just wanted opportunity for people, but also they seem to want to right wrongs. And we know there was a big wrong with Candice and with DIY and Dexter. I mean, I suppose we could have Dexter and Nikki go after DIY. And I suppose we could have Rowan and Gacy go after the tag belts. And Howdy just sort of, do the communication. We could do that. I suppose we could do 2 birds, 1 stone. You could have Howdy, Dexter, and Nikki go against DIY and Candice. And you could have Rowan and you could have Gacy go after the tag belts. So I suppose you can do both, yes. Are we going in that direction? I don't know. But it does feel like last week we wondered if they just used the tag division as a way of sending a message to everyone. But actually during the week, Nikki had been sending pictures out of her and Candice. So it sort of felt like, no, we're going to stay with the tag teams, which is why when Street Profits came out, we were like, oh, okay, Wyatts feels like it's going to be the Wyatts. And it was the Wyatts. But I was confused why they kept going after the faces. I'm still a bit confused, but I like the message of no one's safe until we get what we're owed. It's just, what are you owed? I don't know that we find that out tonight, or are we going to find that out through the journal, or I don't know. So lovely to have them back, though, isn't it? The 6 want more Toy Hunt videos. Oh, God, yeah. I have got one recorded a month ago that I have not uploaded or even edited. Maybe I do that tomorrow. Maybe. Zelina's gimmick is I'm Puerto Rican and I do cosplay, said AB. At least Priest and Santana give some extra spice. Chelsea on the outsides. Trying to throw in some words of encouragement. Joe said, right on cue, King Yeti tries to make the save with 10 memberships. I hope the Wyatts got theirs. Did he? I didn't see that. I mean, I'm not surprised. King Yeti is always doing this. Oh, yes, he did. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friend. King Yeti. It's just no way. It's not good enough, is it? Shout out to you. Shout out to King Yeti. The only thing I can say, King Yeti, is the community are having conversations about you without me even mentioning it now. You are just known by the community. You're as big a part of this channel as I am. You're more loved than I am as well. But that is a low bar. Face to face still coming up tonight. John Cena, Cody Rhodes. Maggie said, I love Mike Santana. Wouldn't mind seeing him join WWE. My brain is working slow, says Rob. I was thinking the red, white and blue on Chelsea's mask makes sense. By why green, then it dawned on me. Are those the colours, is it? Red, white, blue and green? To be honest, when I first saw it, I thought LGBTQ+. I thought it was that. Because it was obviously quite rainbow-esque. I'm sure she does support that community, so I'm sure she doesn't mind. But if it is red, white, blue, but I can see yellow. Isn't the yellow there? Duck underneath against the ropes. If it was red, white, blue, and green, then that makes sense for America and Chelsea Green. But I think there's yellow in it as well. So I wonder if it is LGBTQ plus. Nine Dark Holly said Wyatt Sicks are owed a Wrestling Days phone case picture. I heard Unseen's going to be back. I've got some photos that should go unseen. Here, Diddy's. I will send them, said Nine Dot Holiday. Please don't send them. I don't need to be part of any investigation. And I certainly don't need to be the case of, oh, did you hear that Daisy's caught up in the Diddy case? Like, what? It's like I wasn't there. Someone just sent me some pictures that I never asked for. I don't need that. That's the kind of thing that will sink my battleship, to be honest. And my battleship's only just pootering along anyway. It's about to be decommissioned. In the middle of the ring, knee to the midsection there by Albert. A. Jobson said, I'm supposed to have sympathy for Zelina because she's the undersized, spunky baby face. I don't like those words. But I just don't care, said A.B. Jobson. Bah! Moonsault there by Zelina. Going up is Albert. Top rope. Looking for Swanton. God! She didn't have much room for error there, did she? She sort of really dove down. She swantoned really late. Oof. Normally you'd like to go up and do it. This was like, oof. That could have been a disaster, but it wasn't. So we'll shut. Oh, look at the face. Oh my God. Look at the nose. Oh, she hit Slagent P with the mask. Oh my God. She's running away. I thought she was going to hit her there. She's got to be careful. Be careful. Jesus, be careful. Oh, roll up. Chelsea gets down. Going for Code Red. 1, 2, 3. Zelina wins. Look at Chelsea's face. Look at her face. Zelina gets the victory again. Gets out the ring. Chelsea is in there. Where is Piper? Piper getting hit with that mask. It's a win. Huh? What? What did she say? Okay, we're backstage with Miz and Carmelo. 47, 36, 10, 5. I seem to be taking black mass after black mass after black mass. I've won, I've succeeded. I'll make sure we are Mr. Money in the Bank. Carmelo didn't like that. Where's this going? I appreciate everything you're doing for me, says Carmelo. No one told you to do that. I put up 40 points on the board on a bad day. I am him, says Carmelo. We are awesome. Is this gonna... Are we teasing... Is he got a black eye? Black eye for Damien. What's happening in the backgrounds? What are they doing? What's that? Why were the sparks flying? What were they doing? They were like... What were they doing? I don't know that it's like an Easter egg. I don't know what they were doing. But they seem to be like welding something in the backgrounds of Damien. Damien with a bit of a black eye following his cage match at Saturday night's main event. Fanatics Fest. Yeah, it seems like a bit of tension between Miz and Carmelo. Carmelo walked away. He was all right. Miz, I'm sure, felt a little bit slighted. This is why I love my marijuana. I was in so much pain today. I just had a massage. It didn't help, but I took medication and it didn't help. One blunt and I can't feel anything. Okay, makes sense now. Makes sense now, guys. I think we all knew that Trini was not being herself when she said that I wasn't attractive, and it turns out she's high as a kite. Actually, we've got someone that smacked off their face on drugs. And so that is why she made the comments she made. It all checks out now, doesn't it? She's not thinking straight. Yeah? She's away with the fairies, right? She's talking absolute gibberish. This is the only way that women are going to deny the obvious truth. Yeah? I am a very attractive young man. That is not up for debate. And it's now scientifically proven that the only time that a female will say different is when they are high as a kite and they haven't got a clue what day of the week it is. Yeah? Oh, thank God for that. Thank God for that. There was a chance there that there was going to be a little bit of a reputation starting to like, oh, did you hear what Trini said? She didn't think he was that good looking, actually. And now it turns out she's absolutely away with the fairies. Oh, thank God. All of a sudden, my world makes sense again. Thank you, Trini. Thank you. Rob said the marijuana was clouding her judgment. Yeah, it makes sense now, doesn't it? I think we were all confused for a time, but... Ellis Dub, shout out to you. There was heavy rumours that Eva was going to return to Raw. Days is notoriously a massive Eva Marie hater. So that was the story thread going through that stream. Yes, well, do you know what? Actually, it's really funny because back in the day, Eva Marie was someone that got brought in as a model. She did not get brought in because of her wrestling ability. They did a diva search and she was brought in because of her looks. So what we had an attractive woman that had never wrestled before, had never heard of wrestling, that we tried to put on TV because she was attractive, and we tried to have her do wrestling matches. You can imagine how well that went. It did not go well, right? So Eva Marie stood out like a sore thumb of someone that just did not belong. This was not in her bloods. This is not some kind of big ambition that she had. This isn't like, you know, what we've got now with, I mean, oh God, where we are now compared to where we were when Eva Marie was wrestling is just, it's unrecognized. Look at Stephanie, look at Julia, look at Sol Ruka, look at Bianca, look at Rhea. It is unrecognizable where we are now compared to when Eva was in. So that was my issue with Eva. It was never her as a person. It was always her as, you know, not being a wrestler, not being trained, trying to, it's like, you know, it was us trying to get an attractive woman on the show that had no reason to be there, really. So that was that was why I was not a fan. And honestly, compared to what we've gone through with celebrities in recent years, I think I would be Eva Marie's biggest fan now if she came back compared to what we've had to suffer. Little did I know that Eva Marie was not as low as we could get. Okay, here is Julia. My goal is to be indisputable. You can love me or hate me. Admiration or disgust, it means nothing. I'm impossible to deny. I only view my opponent as an opportunity to build my legacy. These are big words considering she doesn't speak English. Refute. I wonder how long it took her to say these lines. It's not who's going to let me, it's who's going to stop me. Good video. Goods. Delivery was really good at those lines as well. Oh, hello. Putting the water on her boobs. Let's go. Right. Zelina backstage. Here's Julia. I see you. Look at this person in the background. Watching. Getting that's the best seat in the house, that is. There's Julia. Okay. Is this Alistair? No. It's Damien. I thought it was going to go, huh? Yeah. Okay, here's Damien. Jay said, Daisy's 67 years young. Be respectful. 21, actually. That looked like Days back there with the beards. What, on that seat? Just watch him. As a woman, I am usually able to defend all the female wrestlers, no matter which promotion, even if it's only in a small way. But Eva Marie, I could never defend, says Trini. I felt a bit sorry for her, honestly. I felt a bit sorry for her. She got thrown in the deep ends. It's like Maxine. Maxine, you know, is having to learn how to wrestle on the main roster. And you hear about how hard she works and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, if you had to watch a Maxine singles match, you wouldn't be thrilled by it. But it's like, why have we done that to her? Why is she not down in NXT? If you want her to be a wrestler, have her go through NXT, have her go through Evolve, have her learn. Like, train her properly. Have her go through the system like everyone else goes through. But they fast-tracked Maxine because they needed a sister for Max Dupree. And they fast-tracked Eva because they just wanted an attractive woman around for... I think they brought her in maybe for, like, Total Divas. I think that's kind of why she got recruited, so... Yeah, I suppose I feel a bit sorry for her, but the women's division's in a great place right now. Okay, here's Damien. Here's Damien. When I lived on a street and we were beefing with another street, that war could go on for years. We took that beef into a cage. We went to war. I put his ass in the past. It does need to be in the past. I don't think anyone's looking for this feud to continue any longer. I know Drew's watching. I want to say something to you. I still can't stand your ass. There's going to be some respect. The Drew that stepped into the cage was the Warrior, and I appreciate that. Championships are next for Damien. He's got his eyes on a champion. Jacob? It certainly ain't John. Tiffany? Oh, no, it is Jacob. It is Jacob. I respect the hell out of you. I'm proud of you. And that's real. Okay, Alba Zelina, good 92. Everyone wants a piece of Jacob, says Dr. Luchalala. Johnny says this is... Well, Jacob Damian's all right. That'll be a tough match for Jacob, but I would imagine Jacob would retain. So Damian has come out and said, I'm done with Drew. I want to go after Jacob. And that's okay. Sign in the crowd said, I love Damian Priest. All right. Oh, well, he's getting what he wants. He's getting what he wants. Here comes Jacob. Here comes Jacob. Jacob Fatu steps out with that belt around his neck. Jacob looking over at Damian. They both nod in each other. I tell you one thing you can say about Damian is you know you're going to get a war out of him. He might not be the most exciting in the world. He might not be someone that gets the pulse racing from a promo point of view, or you might see him on the card and you might not think like, oh, that's going to be amazing, you know. He's okay at promos. He's okay in his matches. He's a good person to have around. He's got a good size. There's better. There's better promos. There's better wrestlers. There's people with bigger auras, just like this guy right here. But he's a good, solid opponent for Jacob. Jacob in a qualifying match. It's going to be Andrade, Jacob, and Carmelo. The other thing you know you're going to get from Damian, he's going to give everything. You can push him quite far. Doesn't pull his punches. That'll be a war, him and Jacob. Someone backstage told Priest to play up your badass New York gangster side. He feels like a real contrived fake over dude. Unlike Jacob, there's no unmitigated swagger with Priest. That was El Estep. Hannah said, Days, it's true. Premium Reese was the catalyst in making you turn heel when you started timing out people that donated, thus giving us the greatest heel run in Time Out Tribal Chief history. Wow, Hannah, you remember Premium Reese? That's a long time ago. That's a long time ago. Was you lurking in the shadows, Hannah? Or is this a burner account for someone else? Premium Reese was a long time ago. I see you, Hannah. Chris said, there's just something about the way Damian walks that puts me off. He's knock-kneed or pigeon-toed. He walks a little bit odd. Aubrey said, I think we all know who Hannah really is, says Aubrey. Oh. Who? Aubrey who? Days, what? He's probably still grounded. Said That is true, actually. That is true. Perhaps Premium Reese got grounded and had his account deleted, but has come back as Hannah. I've not heard the name Premium Reese in a long time. There'll be many people here that won't even remember that Premium Reese stream. Allgain17 said the Wyatts attacked is because they want to make them remember who they are. They even said so back to the journal entries. They want to make everyone remember who they are, whether they are face or heel, said Allgame17. Trini said, what are the rules where you are for people sending food? Can you find out if you can receive baked goods or does it have to be sealed? Trini, who are you on about? Who are you talking to? Are you talking to yourself again? Are you still high as a kite? Days, that was the best stream of all time, says Hannah. I was here before Premium Reese. I don't remember you in the chat, Hannah. I don't remember you in the chat at that time. Was you lurking in the background? Defcon said Jacob used to do killer MLW promos when he was the leader of Contra. I didn't watch him in MLW. I saw a couple of clips, mainly when it was him against Hammerstone. I didn't watch MLW. So, but I've seen a couple of these bits since he joined WWE. But yeah, I'd imagine you had a pretty good impression of what he could bring to WWE if you was watching MLW. Phoenix said, I think Priest is a good feud for Jacob. I think they will have good ring chemistry. Maybe I'm just tired of LA Knight in the US picture, said Phoenix. James said it's because she had a different name. All of a sudden, suspicious eyes looking in Hannah's direction. Like this. Who is Hannah? What do we know about Hannah? Stephanie's Place is now streaming on ESPN. Wrestle Andy said, this is the best SmackDown since Mania. Well, do you know what? I've been very entertained, actually. I have not felt bored. 2 hours, over 2 hours. We've still got Cody and Cena. Now we've got a triple threat. Do you know, you make a good point. It has been a solid effort tonight. I have been sports entertained. Andrade versus Jacob versus some other boomer. I can't remember. They're probably not important. Is it Carmelo? Carmelo. Boom. I don't know. I think the issue with Priest is naturalness and coolness. I don't look at him and think, man, he's cool. I just see him as a Triple H project. Hannah has now retracted a comment. The plot thickens. The plot thickens. Interesting. Message retracted. Hannah said, I was here before Premium Reese, but that stream was my favourite. Shout out to you. Interesting. That's what Premium Reese would say. Zelina is the worst wrestler on the entire roster, says Brent. How does she have a title, let alone a job? Here's Carmelo. Days, how you doing? Said Luke. I'm doing good, thank you. I feel like I'm ready for something meaningful. If this was a relationship, I'm ready to commit. I feel like we've done our dating. We've worked out whether we like this person or not. And I'm at the point where I'm ready to commit now. So I'm ready for something a bit more meaningful. And thankfully, WWE have recognized that. And they have given us a Money in the Bank qualifier. And then later, we're going to have John Cena and Cody. So I'm basically getting married to this show. Jacob in there then going after Carmelo. Carmelo is down on the outsides. Hannah says, Hannah has always been me. Keep up the good work, says Hannah. That's what Premium Reese would say. And Gozy said, I think we can confirm that winning titles after chasing ruins people. Okay, here we go. Over in the corner to the outside goes Andrade. Big shot. Days, Wyatt's owed a Mania appearance. That would be a huge grudge. Yeah, but you can't fix that, can you? If they're owed a Mania appearance, that means they're going to murk everyone until next year's WrestleMania. Another chop coming in there by Carmelo. And again, going over against the ropes. Bang! Big shot there by Jacob. Days, are there any reasons for the Wyatts to believe they're owed a title shot? Yes and no. So I don't think there's any reason as to why they should have a title shot. But they are a group that have kind of come together because it's a group of people that have been overlooked. So, you know, Nikki was being overlooked. Dexter was being overlooked. This whole group was about being overlooked and undervalued. So when they say we want what we're owed, what they're owed is opportunity. The opportunity they never received before. If they feel that opportunity is a title match, and that's what they feel they're owed, you could kind of go with that angle and you could sort of make it make sense. But it's honestly, I don't know that it's a title shot. It could be that they're owed revenge against Candice. They're owed revenge against DIY. It could be that. To be honest, if you think you're owed something, you could pretty much justify it, couldn't you? Whatever it is. Bang! Jacob colliding into the Miz. Jacob looking out, looking around. He knows how to milk those moments, doesn't he? Dark Angel said the ref needs to send the Miz to the back. Well, he just got sent to the Shadow Realm. James said, I just saw some dumbass that said Julia needs to learn how to wrestle. Yeah, but that was Roxanne. Bang! Big shot coming in there by Jacob. Days, it would be ironic if SmackDown ended up being worse than when they go back to the 2 hours. Let's hope for the best. Well, apparently that 2 hour return is delayed. So I don't know that we're actually looking to go back anytime soon. I think they've really delayed it. Oh, into the barricade goes Andrade. Trini said, I saw on IG someone say that the WWE women look like they're all on roids. And I swear I spit out my Coke. The shiz people say is weird. We want tables, I think, is the chant as Carmelo gets thrown into the commentary table. Right now, we got Jacob in control. AB said, do we think the Righteous are going to show up this year in WWE? They could do. I don't know that they're, like, signed or anything. I know they've been teasing stuff, but, I mean, that's what they should do. So, I don't know. I don't know that WWE had conversations with them before and nothing came of it. So it's impossible to know, isn't it? If they do, I think they would go through NXT. They were meant to come in and I think partner up with... Wasn't there rumours they were going to get with Bray? And then, of course, nothing came of it. Wyatt should absolve, get the Miz out of this match if he's not winning, said Aaron. Right now, we've got Andrade in there with Carmelo, but we are at commercial break. Spartan said Ronda Rousey wasn't that bad. Austin said Eva Marie is better than Lyra any day. Oh my God. Austin, have you never seen an Eva Marie match, Austin? Austin, I thought you'd watched wrestling for a while. You must be a different Austin to the one that used to join us. Because I'm sure Eva Marie popped back with... who was she back with? Did she come back with Piper Niven? She did, didn't she? Didn't she get put with Piper? And didn't she give her the Dewdrop name? I didn't dream that, did I? Pretty sure Eva Marie came back and was with Piper and then referred to her as Dojo. That's Eva. That's what Eva does. She gives people rubbish names. She puts on rubbish. Have you forgotten who she is? Lyra's match against Becky at Saturday night's main event was really good. Austin, what's going on? Lyra is so bland. Candice should be in her spot. She's the best. We need her back. Oh my God. Guys, you know how we think that Hannah might not be Hannah? I'm starting to wonder if Austin's not Eva Marie's burner account. The only person that praises Eva Marie is Eva Marie. That would be such an Eva Marie thing to do as well. Actually create an account of one of the most loved community members. Everyone loves Austin. But it seems like she's sabotaged him and his account. And she's now, like, ruining his good name. That's absolutely unacceptable. Fancy trying to turn the community against Austin by coming out with ludicrous comments. Can you believe that Eva Marie... I can believe she would do that. That is such an Eva Marie move. Double knees there by Andrade. Austin, if you're watching, we're not falling for it. It seems like you've been hacked. I just want you to know that we're aware of the situation. We know this isn't you. It seems like you've been hacked. Kicks coming in. Randy said, I love the bird lady. She's got amazing tall feathers. Kick coming in. Down goes Jacob. Right now, Carmelo grabbing Andrade. Eva is way prettier than Mandy and neither can work. And both are 10 times better than Zelina, says Brent. Oh, off the rope. Spanish fly. Jacob lands on Andrade. Okay, we're back from commercial break here. Another center. Oh, my God. Look at the sell there by Carmelo. Lovely sell. Lovely sell. Right now, we've got Jacob going over to the corner. Going up. Jacob, middle rope, crashes down onto that top turnbuckle. Andrade. Going over. Andrade climbing up. Andrade is looking for a moonsault. Lands on the feet. Oh, he loves that move. I don't know why that surprised me then. He always does that. Lands on his feet, does a standing moonsault. Who produced this match, said AB? I don't know. I don't know. Fightful will probably tell us after. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. No, the crowd are loving it. This is awesome. They love it. Oh, my God. This is awesome. This is awesome. Do we think that chant is now officially dead? Shot coming in there by Jacob. Night Out Holiday said, you wouldn't believe who showed up at the Diddy house. It was Bluey. Things are getting really weird for me. We need to shut this operation down. I'm out. I could believe Bluey being there. Bluey's actually really popular with the younger generation. He's a big name, so I could see him being at those kind of parties. Oh! Poison Rana! I think Lamb Chop used to go. And Big Bird. They were seen at those kind of meetups. Planting Carmelo. Planting Andrade. Andrade by the ropes. WTF is a Bluey, said I'm a villain. It's a big kids character. Kids love him. And when I say kids, I don't mean like, 16, 17. I mean 3-year-olds. It's this generation's Teletubbies. Hannah said, Days, at least WWE is not doing 4 or 5 hour shows. Would you be in favour of that? You'd have more stream watching. Not really. I don't think the longer the shows is not the better the quality. I think it's more important that the quality is better. Having, streams that go for hours and hours and hours, it doesn't necessarily mean more viewers. It's about the quality of the show, the amount of people that tune in that want to watch, you know? Here's Jacob. I mean, we'd do it if they were doing it. Jacob just drives himself into the timekeeper's area. That was brutal. Mate, that was all, when he says all gas, no brakes. That is the physical definition of that. He was like full pelts. Jeepers creepers. That was crazy. Crazy. Put on some brakes, said Johnny. He didn't. I tell you what, the front row's lucky, aren't they? Flipping ring announcer's lucky. He did. I'm surprised they've not shown the replay. They'll probably wait for us to come back from commercial. Days they're doing SmackDown Raw on the same day with Speeds. That'll be a 7-hour show, said Randy. Well, they're taping it, aren't they? Because 4th of July. So we won't see it. It'll be taped. Big cheer as Carmelo is going to go under the ring. Eva Marie 316. Look, we knew it. We knew it. Acknowledge Eva Marie, the GOAT. We knew it. We knew that wasn't Austin. Austin's such a lovely lad. He would never say anything that wild. Good egg, Austin is. Really good egg. He's not deluded. Basement drop kick there by Carmelo. Nine Duck Holiday said we need Braxton to flip this show upside down. We've got a lot of Braxton stands now. Not Tony Braxton, but she's good as well. Chair shot. Big boot there by Andrade. Getting back into the ring. I don't even think you can change your name back, you know. Can't you only change your name once and then it gets locked for a bit? Does this mean that Austin is now Eva Marie 316 for the foreseeable future? We want tables is the chant. We want tables. Kelly, hello. Sonny's cards are pretty spot on. But this latest rough patch had me doubting myself. But the latest card reading kind of helped. Kelly, shout out to you. If you've had a bad time, just know you're not alone. I've had not a terrible week, but a bit of a bad week. And now there's some joker in the chat telling me that Eva Marie is like God's gift to women's wrestling. 1, 2, kick out there by Carmelo, going over. Double clothesline. Trini said, Eva, you suck. Yeah, guys, if you have got any messages for Eva Marie, she's in the chat right now. Fatu chance. Fatu chance. Yeah, but he just murdered himself. Fatu is down in the timekeeper's area. There's no sign of movement. Okay, we are back to the show. We got 40 minutes left. Jesus, there's the replay. There's the replay. Cataclysmic is a great word. Forearm shot there by Andrade. Amy Jobson said, am I tripping or is this commercial break feeling longer? It did feel long. It did feel long. I don't know why this match is okay. That spot with Jacob was great. It just sort of feels a bit flat, doesn't it? I think this match is guilty of dying during the commercial break. That happens sometimes. When they go to commercial, it just really slows. I couldn't tell you what's happened since Jacob went through that barricade. Not a flipping clue. I think there might have been a Spanish fly. We want tables is the chant. Not normally a sign of a crowd that's really invested, but here we go. Jacob is in. Jacob is gonna slam and almost hit his head. Spanish fly. God. Jacob going to the outside. Jacob climbing up. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, comes down. Swanton. 1, 2. Oh, save his mates. Big Time said, if you told me to remember a memorable SmackDown from the last 26 weeks so far in 2025, do you think it would be difficult, given the feeling that the episodes feel the same? Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be difficult. I remember the one in London feeling like a big relief because we'd gone so long without a decent one. I remember saying that might be one of the... Because I think that was where we had Damian Drew, the windscreen. I think we had a good promo exchange between Cena and Cody. I remember London being where we kind of upped the ante a little. Because the European tour had been quite flat. Oof. 1, 2... No joy. But I agree with Wrestle with Andy. Tonight's offering has been one of the strongest since WrestleMania. Oh, here's Solo. Solo and JC are making their way down to the ring. Nine Dark College said, Eva Marie, what's Vince working with? Here's JC. Randy said, Days. I'm going to guess that since Scarlett was standing on a ladder last week, that Carrion will be in a qualifying match. Well, he could be. He could be. 1, 2. I mean, it's always hard to know if that's something WWE are doing or if that's something they're doing. I think that it could be a little Easter egg that he's going to be in a qualifying match. It's not really much of an Easter egg, though, is it really? In the sense of, like, if he's in a qualifying match, he's in a qualifying... If he's not, then he's not. I mean, we'll find out. We'll find out. On the shoulders. No, lands on his feet. Bang. I tell you, it'll be a bigger Easter egg if he's not in a qualifying match, but he gets involved. Imagine if he's not in a qualifier, but at Money in the Bank, he actually interrupts the match. And that's what Scarlett was teasing. That, to me, would be a bigger Easter egg. Him doing something that we didn't know he was going to do is a bigger Easter egg than him being in a qualifying match. 1, 2... Kick out, reverse, 1, 2, no joy, reversed again. I don't know why, but I am ready for this match to end. I don't know why. Back elbow, Carmelo against the ropes, double knees. Back elbow, that was good. Back elbow was good. Nine Dark Holiday, thank you, my friends. Nine Dark Holiday's been so supportive during this stream. Really appreciate it, my friends. Really appreciate it. Firing in some Wrestling Days memberships. 5, actually. Another opportunity for the Wyatt Sicks. Crowd of chanting, this is awesome. There's another murmur of it again. I really want Mello to win, but I wouldn't mind if anyone else won, said Wrestling Fan. That back elbow should be his finisher, said Joel. I completely agree. It looks so good. It looks good. Avicit said SmackDown is boring down. I thought it was good till we got to this match. And this match has just been a bit long, a bit flat. Solo's come down, though. Oh, my God! Jesus! He really just drove him. Andrade is... Oh, Solo distracting. Solo's distracting. Do a moonsault. He just did one. He said, do it again. Do one more. Here's Jimmy. Bang! Super kick. Jimmy going after JC. Here's Andrade. Boom! 1, 2, 3. Andrade wins. Wow, Andrade wins. Sean, shout out to you, my friends. Well, there we go. Appreciate the kind words, Sean. Well, there we go. We did wonder earlier if they would give it to Jacob because he's already got the money and he's already got the US title. Does he need money in the bank as well? There's too many other people that need it. That was the thought. But he's also a big star. They could have gone with Jacob. But it's Andrade. Andrade gets the win. Andrade advances. He was just trying to help, said Solo. Who the hell do you think you are? We're backstage with Byron. Lots of arguing. Right, get your scores in for that match. Here's LA Knight. LA Knight looks a bit sad. Only 8 days away. Apparently there is a watch long, which we'll look to do that on Sunday. Everyone's punching a ticket. LA Knight says he's the vet in this match. 3rd year in a row. He knows what it takes. LA Knight quite fiery, but here is Aleister Black. That win was partially mine. You're welcome, though. Aleister Black. Here's Cody. Here's Cody. Next. Oh my God, they're giving it half an hour. Well, there'll be long entrances and there'll be other video packages. We'll probably go backstage and blah, 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 blah. Okay, women's qualifier. Did they announce a men's qualifier? No. CM Punk and a women's qualifier on Monday. Finley said, I'm back from Greece. That's why I've been absent. Finley, welcome back. I hope you had a lovely time in Greece. Hope you had a lovely time. Bet you had the weather. It's been all right here in the UK over the past few days. But welcome back, my friends. Right, it's going to be Cody Cena next. A. Jobson said, damn you, Solo. Look what you've done. At least I wasn't timed out, says Cynthia. Right, Cynthia, for that, you get timed out. Bragging about not being timed out gets you timed out. That's how it works. That's always been the rule. So, deal with that. Damien, shout out to you. I hope you're well. V85, hello. Ah, says I'm off to bed. I'll catch up tomorrow. Ah, just as I got to V85, leaves. Oh. The Jimmy J said 25 minutes of entrances. Yep, 25 minutes of entrances. How long have you done WWE content? Well, the channel's been going since 2016. So 9 years on YouTube. But I've been watching and enjoying WWE since the early 90s. So, but yeah, since 2016. Watch-alongs since 2018. And, I mean, consistently as well. We really don't miss many shows at all. So, consistently since 2018, we was all through the pandemic and ever since. Edward said it sounds like Days needs a pint. I could do with a pint. I could do with a little pint, little pick-me-up. I'm not a big drinker, to be honest. I was not a big drinker. Spartan said, Days, how was the day at Edgbaston? It was good. Train was delayed from Telford's, so it meant that we cut it quite close. The game had started by the time we got in, but we'd only missed, like, the first over. But, yeah, we cut it quite close because we had a train cancelled. God, drinks so expensive. £7 a pint. You do get £1 back for the cups, so it is £6 really. But oh God, still expensive. Two beers for £14, and then obviously the food. I bought a 9-inch pizza, £12.75. There was a hog roast, which was just like meat on a bun. That was like £12. Just some chips in a tray, fries in a tray, not that much, like nearly £6. Everything was just so expensive. We bought 2 ice creams, which were just little tubs of ice creams. They had 2 scoops in, right? 2 of them, and a Fanta, £18. Guys, I'm broke. I'm broke. So yesterday I sat there, became broke and got burnt. But at least England won, so. But no, it was good. I tell you though, in this day and age, you really can't afford to do those things very often, you know? So, an exception. Jeez, look at him trashing everywhere. He's livid. Jacob is livid. Yeah. Oh my God, that bin just got yeeted. It's still, look at that. Mate, that bin just went higher than Elon Musk's shuttle. For the last time, I do not need your help. For the last time, listen to his words. Otherwise, you might be going airborne like that bin. Oh, what's that look? Oh, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. Mate, is it a bit... It's in orbit. I might be able to connect to it to, like, stream. Imagine being in the International Space Station and you're looking out the window and this bin just like... right. Chick Tormentor and Dalise taking on Lola Vice and Stephanie. Chick Tormentor. She torments all the chicks. Vikingo against Chad Gable. El Hijo del Vikingo. If he was in WWE, he'd just be called Vikingo. We don't need all the El Hijo stuff. Pagano, Psycho Clown, Wagner Jr. taking on Legado del Fantasma. Worlds collide. Laredo Kids. He was in AEW, wasn't he? Javon Evans, the young OG, Ray Phoenix, Ethan Page. We're going to be watching this show. Days, at least WWE is not doing 4 5-hour shows. Oh, we answered that, Hannah. If they do them, we'll do them, but I don't think the longer the show, the better the quality. Everyone's favourite, Lyra Valkyria, is going to be in action against Becky Lynch at Money in the Bank dream match. That is going to be so good. Everyone in the community is so excited. Right, Naomi, Julia, Roxanne, Alexa, Rhea, all in this ladder match. Brony said there's a lot of big stars coming in on the women's sides. Christopher said, Days, what worlds are colliding? The WWE worlds and the AAA worlds. Andrade, Seth, LA Knight, Solo, Penta. I don't love that lineup. Who's going to be the final person? Cody, Jay, Cena, Logan. Tag match. Money in the Bank. Austin is back. I thought you was going to be stuck with that name. Eva Marie is better than Lyra. Hashtag bring back Eva. Days, the question is, will Lyra's fiance be at the match, said Nathan. Well, no, he's probably in tears after some of the recent comments. Right, here we go then. Cody is coming out first. Wrestling has more than one royal family. Right, let's go. This is the first time they're going to be face-to-face since WrestleMania. What is going to be said? What reaction are these guys going to get as well? Off control. Doing all let them off the feet. Off the feet. Off the feet. Off the feet. Here's Cody. In a suit. Looks great. When I saw Bird Lady's WrestleMania entrance, I thought it was a scene out of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, said Shameful Tiki. Austin said Eva Marie is better than Cody too. The American Nightmare. Best birthday present ever sign. Here's Cody. Days, is Twitter still broken? No, it's fixed. It got fixed on Wednesday night. So I was out yesterday, but I've said we're going to try and return unseen in some form tonight. Don't have high expectations because it's an unseen that's going to need to try and catch up. It's an unseen that's going to need to find its feet. So don't have high expectations. But we'll try and get something out. And then at least we'll be back up and running and we should get back into the groove over the weekend. But don't you dare expect the greatest unseen you've ever seen, because I don't have that expectation. Here's Cody. It's the qualifiers are going to be CM Punk, AJ, El Grande. Was that one of the graphics? I missed that. Stephanie, Liv, and Ivy said Dirt Chief Gamer. Was that one of the graphics, was it? I saw them talk about CM Punk, but I didn't see them announce that as a qualifier. Someone said about Twitter still broken. Oh, we answered that. Right, Cody in the ring. Cody in the ring. Unseen has lived up to its name. It's unseen. Finally, doing as advertised. So, what do you want to talk about? Right, the reactions are quite interesting. Cody Rhodes chants. Cody Rhodes. Cody, he needed this. He needed this. Smile on his face. Cody Rhodes. You're the man, Cody. You're the man. Cheers for Cody. Tears in the eyes of Cody. WrestleMania probably stung, didn't it? Losing your belt. And the crowd enjoying it. That's not what you want as a babyface champ, is it? Wrestling fans are fickle. I'm not fickle. I hated Eva. I still hate Eva. We love Cody. We wanted him to finish his story. We still love Cody. Oh my God, he said I love you too. Oh my God. He hurts. Jesus. The internet is a very powerful thing. He just went, I love you too, buddy. Oh my God. Love that for us. I might have touched the Tennessee cough syrup a little bit. He had a doubtful moment. He reached out to a friend. Who's that friend? Does this friend have a Glock? Was I a good champion? Was I a good champion? That's a very interesting question, isn't it? Because you would get different answers. He said he was told that he was a good champion. AJ. Yeah. Kevin. I thought about the final boss. Booze for the Rock. It's a very interesting segment. Asking me for my soul. It did sound preposterous. How many times I say no, the offer still stands. Why would he say that? Why would he say that? Why would he say, no matter how many times I say no, the offer still stands? He very quickly moved on past that line and said, and John Cena. And now the crowd are fixated on that. I'm very interested in that line before, though. No matter how many times I say no, the offer still stands. I'm confused why Cody said it. Was it a botch, said Christopher? I don't know. He forced me to make a choice and I hesitated. If you're listening, John. Champ. I will never hesitate. I will never hesitate with you again. That means he would hit him with the chair. I will never hesitate with you again. So Cody said he is John's expiration, not the end of the year. I'm sorry. What's he apologizing for? I'm getting a bit worked up. That's what people want to see, though. Don't apologise for it. A surprise. Yeet, 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 yeet. Crowd of yeet him. So is he bringing out Jay? You seem hungry. Perhaps we should yeet. Oh, God. No wonder. No wonder we've saved half an hour for this segment. Hell yeah, he's here. Ladies and gentlemen, this ain't that big a deal. This ain't that big a deal. God, that's a hell of an intro from Cody, isn't it? Hell of an intro. Right. We can pop back in 10 minutes now. Here is Jay coming through the crowds. Cody is sweating like a Baptist preacher right now, said AB. Robbie said, I just yeeted the mute button. It's getting worse, said Christopher. I'm a villain, said, I want to yeet all over this place. Well, we got some yeeting going on. We got some yeet signs in the crowd. 13 minutes. Fist bumps. Cody is coked up, said Wrestling Russ. At least we know why they gave this 30 minutes, said Boomers. Absolutely. We still got John to come out. And there's probably a good chance we're going to get Logan as well, isn't there? There's a kid being picked up. They won't-ish. Oh, it's like a little Bianca Belair. She's got a little Bianca shirt on. Okay, commercial break coming up. Cody is sweating like Drake does every time Kendrick mentions him, says James. Does that mean Logan's coming out? Probs. Day one-ish. What if Cody turns heel on Cena and that's what turns Cena face? Well, I don't know if I'm just reading too much into that nothing line. But it is very interesting him saying no matter how many times I say no, that offer always stands for selling his soul. It's also interesting him saying that he will not hesitate next time. It's so interesting because Cody is a babyface. And so if he does cheat during a match, it's not really a babyface thing to do. But if you cheat to beat a heel and the crowd hate that heel more, the crowd also won't hate you for it. There will be people that will comment on it and be like, oh, Cody can only win by cheating. Some babyface champ he is. So you'll get those comments. But by and large, the majority won't care. As long as the person you're cheating is someone we hate more. If you do Cody versus Logan Paul, I have no problem with Cody pulling every dirty trick in the book as long as he beats him. So, I don't know. I mean, if he does that to Cena, let's say we do the rematch and we do the chair spot again and now Cody's got a choice to make. He says that he will use that chair, really. There'll be no hesitating next time. And I really don't know how people will react. I think people will be a little split. I think you'll have some saying, listen, John tries to cheat. It's only fighting fire with fire. But all your Cody haters are going to say, oh, he can only win if he cheats. That's what I would anticipate. I don't know. I think you're putting him in a position that's difficult, honestly. You're putting him in a position I just wouldn't put him in. I don't think there's any positive that comes out of that. Having him choose whether to cheat or not. I just wouldn't put the babyface in that position. So hopefully he's just saying if that happens again, I won't hesitate and we don't actually test it. But I think we will. I think we will test it. It might be the exact same spot with the chair. Call back to WrestleMania. Try and make that match seem a bit more important than it was. Well, it was important, but it's flipping rubbish as well. Okay, we got Cody and Jay in the ring. We're back in 10 seconds. I think we should test it, said 9. Holiday. AB Jobson said Cena isn't putting anything more than he needs to into the shows. The man looks tired. I can't wait till he's gone, says AB Jobson. Days, I read that WWF aren't going to turn Cody heel anytime soon. Actually, I've read that as well, Matt. I've read that as well. Well remembered. That was that's from a good few weeks ago, actually. Okay, we've got Jay in the ring. We got 8 minutes to go. Crowd want one more time. They ought to force Jay to boost his cardio if he wants to gas himself out. He does gas himself out. Monday was interesting. Do you remember Monday when he did his promo? He seemed really gassed on Monday. Here we go. We got more eating going on. We can't go on too long, though, because we do need to bring John out. We've only got 8 minutes. We're pulling that trigger. Here comes John. Here comes John. Big match, John. Here he is. Jimmy J says, cheers, everyone. Cheers, everyone. Here's undisputed WWE champion, John Cena. In orange. Jay in the ring. Cody in the ring. Cena making his way down. He's on his own. No sign of Logan. Plenty of Cena shirts. Plenty of people that won't abandon John. Ba-ba-da-ba. John Cena. Get in the microphone. Ba-ba-da-ba. Cena getting into the ring. IWC are so inbred. Receipts are coming for WWE marks hating on Mariah in AEW, but they're now kissing her ass that she's WWE bound. AEW marks turned on her before she even signed. Wow, I liked her feud with Tony. I didn't know it before, but I liked her feud with Tony Storm. I don't think I've seen her do anything else. Cena in the ring. Let's see what Cena's got to say. I'm upset. If it isn't professional wrestling's biggest wannabes, you're nothing more than a John Cena wannabe. And you're nothing than a John Cena wannabe. Woof! Calls Jey Uso lazy. Lazy. Logan. There is someone else that embodies hustle, loyalty, respect. Logan. Jeez. So John Cena basically says, you are both John Cena wannabes. You're desperate. You're lazy, but there is someone that embodies hustle, loyalty, respect. And we've brought out the modern day version of Doink the Clown. It's some sort of clown. And he's getting the appropriate reaction. Jay going over, having a word with Cody. Christopher says, God help us. God help us. Love it. Say what you want, but it does get tremendous heat, said Wrestle Rants. I mean, it would get tremendous heat if Diddy was John Cena's partner, but I wouldn't do it. Logan Paul does WWE better than any other professional wrestler. Is he? That's kind. People didn't pay to see you. Yeah, no, there ain't no cheers for Logan. I've heard him say that line before. He's working them. Stupid, stupid Tennessee people. It's a classic line. It's up there with one of the great promos of all time. Cody sucks egg sign? Is that a kid? Shut the F up, Chance. And they're having to mute it. Shut the F up. Cena is my queen sign. Yeah, shut the F up. You don't know what's good for you. The problem. I should be standing next to the WWE champion as a WWE champion. Imagine if they put the belts on the line in this match. That would be fun. If Jay gets pinned, he loses the belt. If Cena gets pinned, he loses the belt. Let's do it. Here's Cody. Looks like Cody's going to respond to Logan. Oh. Nepo babies. Self-made man, self-made man. Why is he talking so much? They've killed any enjoyment I was expecting from tonight's SmackDown, said Phoenix. Can someone else talk now, said Joel. That's what I'm thinking as well. We've got Cody and Cena in the ring, and we've given Logan the most mic time. Jesus, someone hit him. Knock him out. Shut him up. Have we gone long as well? I think we've gone long, haven't we? John, you don't even know who you're talking to, you boomer. Microphones thrown down. Here's Jay. We ain't gotta wait. Okay, is this gonna... The jacket's off. I don't think Cena's gonna want that. Cena walking away. No, Logan quite fancies it. Oh. Oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? What a line. Are you going to go back there and polish his peacemaker? I bet he does call it that. I bet he does call it that. Right now, we've got Cody and Cena. Oh, super kick by Jay. Cody, boom. Cena down. Cena getting out the ring. Watch out for Logan, though. Over the top, Jay on Cena. Cena goes down. Cena seems so easy to deal with. Considering he's the WWE champion, he doesn't put up much resistance. Cody Cutter connects! Mate, I could watch that all day long. Logan Paul eating one of those. Oh, there's that belt. There's that championship. Cody picks it up. Cena on the outside, Logan on the outside. Cody holds up that championship, but it's not his championship, not yet. I think he could get it back later this year, but certainly not at Money in the Bank. Well, there we go. That was pretty fun. A little bit too much of Logan talking. But then any Logan promo segment is him talking too much. But it was pretty fun. Adrenaline in his soul. Something, Cody Rhodes. That's not your title anymore, Austin. Cody, said Austin. Eva Marie. Smackdown has gone off the air, said Blue Wheel Sonic. Yeah, I thought that was okay. That was probably the best face-off from Cena all year, which is a low bar. Still says a lot about John, seeing as he was only about 25% of that segment, said Ellis Dub. It's just, there was too much Logan. I really wanted to see, like John saying how Cody and Jay are Cena wannabes, I thought was really good. But there was just too much Logan. We've said before, Logan's heat is not a good heat. It is a stop talking heat. I don't care about you. I don't want to watch you. I don't want to listen to you. I have no interest in you whatsoever. In fact, you actively repulse me. It's not a good heat. But, they've got to use him, haven't they? They do. I know we don't want them to, but they do. Decent show. Quite enjoyable in some parts. Cody Rhodes and John Cena. Brawl. Cody is going to need a new shirt, said I'm a Villain. WWE Vaults. I saw this mentioned earlier. WWE Vaults is showing anything tomorrow. Not tomorrow. I believe on Sunday I got told they're showing Money in the Bank. In fact, I might be able to just check that right now. Because if they are, I'm down for it. Let me just have a look. Because that will be our next stream if they are. Scheduled for the 2nd of June at midnight. Yeah. So that is going to be like midnight Sunday night, which will be 7 p.m. Eastern. We've got Money in the Bank 2010. 2 ladder matches. John Cena versus Sheamus. That is going to be Sunday night. So we will do that. We'll do that. So that's on WWE Vault. Let's go. Overall, I'm going to give this show a C+, said Blue Whale Sonic. SmackDown can be hit and miss with either booking, fan-pleasing matches that we are palatable or matches that are absolutely nobody. The show was slightly better, still more to improve. Yeah, I don't know why. I think it sort of struggled with that male triple threat. But I thought that the final segment was fine. All in all, I was entertained. I think that's fine. We'll have to see what Monday brings. And obviously, we're building to Money in the Bank, Worlds Collide. We've got loads of stuff on the way. So we've had a lot of wrestling recently as well. So, yeah, that was good. Honestly, it was fine. Right, I think we are about done. I need to go and start working on Unseen. I need to go and start working on the opinions video. So I'm going to run away and do all of that. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Hope you had a good time. Hope you got something out of this show. And as we said, we will be back on... Well, I'm going to work on Unseens. There'll be Unseens. I will be back on Sunday with that watch along. And, of course, we'll be back Monday as well. I don't know what's happening NXT-wise, but we know that Evolve's a pretty big show next Wednesday. And we're heading towards Money in the Bank as well, and Worlds Collide. And, God, so much wrestling. But love that for us. So, thanks for watching. Great to chat away with you guys. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.